Under the leadership of Oluwo Aino and Malam Audu, the land was ritually cleansed, paving the way for the Kayo Kayo Festival, an annual celebration commemorating King Kosoko's grand entrance into Epe. Meanwhile, in Lagos, King Kosoko's warlord activities disrupted trade, prompting a peace meeting and treaty in 1854. The British recognized King Kosoko's new kingdom, and 9 years later, they realized his presence in Lagos would bring peace and prosperity. In 1862, King Kosoko returned to Lagos, welcomed by the British, who built him a palace. These marked the establishment of the King Kosoko Reko Palace and the founding of the Efetedo. The Exodus, a testament to King Kosoko's resilience and leadership, forever changes of Lagos history. Lagos, a city with a history as rich as its culture, a city that told as a beacon of prosperity under the reign of King Kosoko. But every tale of prosperity also has its challenges. Join us as we journey back in time as the King Kosoko royal family presents the King Kosoko Memorial Lecture. Theme: the Lagos economy during the reign of Kosoko, a tale of prosperity and the decline. Date: Sunday, 8th September 2024. Venue: Glover Memorial Hall, Custom Street, Lagos. Time: 1 p.m. Special guest of honor: Honorable Minister of Tourism, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Lola Adejan. His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. His Excellency Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Royal Fathers of the Day: His Royal Majesty Alailua Obababatunde Rilwan Osholale Akiolu I, Ọba of Lagos. His Royal Majesty Ọba Olufolarin Ogunsanwo, the Alara of Ilara Kingdom, Olu of the Peck Kingdom, Chief T. Aderibibi Ajokpaniwa of Odo, head elect cap chiefs, and eminent Royal Fathers. Mother of the Day, Royal Highness to the 4th of Lagos, Erelu Abiola Josu. Speakers include Femi Okuno, SANC, Tajudeen Olusi, Professor David Aworawo, Department of History and Strategic Studies, University of Lagos, Professor Adewumi J. Falode, Department of History and International Studies, Lagos State University, and Professor Habib Sani of Lagos State University, and a member of the Saleko Descent Forum. Come discover the economic trials of Lagos to a vital area. It's an opportunity to engage with historians, scholars, and thought leaders as we unravel the stories of our past to better understand our present and future. The King Kosoko Memorial Lecture. Be there at part of history.
Thank you very much. I think we deserve a very big round of applause. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Lagos, and we welcome you to Lagos. We welcome you to the heart of Lagos. Any moment from now, we'll be starting off with the program proper. We know we have kept you waiting for a while. We know that some of us have been to our various places of worship this morning, and we need to settle the families before we come for this occasion. Some of us have also had to take care of the children because they will go back to school tomorrow, and we don't have any excuse. But be that as it may, we're happy to have you here, and we welcome you. A kí gbogbo wa káàbọ̀ sí ìpéjọ yìí. Ìbà tí wáyé ọjọ́, ìbà tí wọ̀ oòrùn, ìbà bàbá, ìbà yèyé, ìbà ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà tẹ́ wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Wọ́n ní tọmọdé bá júbà àròkò dalẹ̀. Ewúrẹ́ tí ò júbà ló dẹrun àmúso. Àgùntàn tí ó wọlé tí ò júbà òun ló dẹrun àmúso. Mo júbà yín ọba ládéládé. Ẹ jẹ́ kí bà mí ṣe. Ìbà Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè, ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba tó ti wà kó tó wà, ọba tó wà nígbà táyé ń wà, ọba tí ó máa wà títí láéláé, ọba tí ò ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ò lópin. Àṣekábíyèsí. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you all to this very special memorial lecture of the Kosoko descendants, and we pray that as we organize this every year, you all be here to witness it. I just want to do a few things before we go into the See, you're welcome. And that's the essence of being here today. The Honorable Minister, Your Royal Majesties, the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Lagos State, members of the State Executive Council here present, the Chairman, House Committee on Tourism, Arts and Culture, Chairman of our local governments and local council development areas here present, members of the statutory commissions both at the federal and the state level, members of the body of permanent secretaries here present, the chairman GAC State, our chief host, the Oloja-elect, Prince, our guest lecturers, our chief launcher, the Iyaloja General, in particular the Iyaloja of Ojeko, members of the Kinko family, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the King Kosoko descendants, I'd like to welcome you to the year 2024 King Kosoko Memorial Lecture with the theme, The Lagos Economy in the Era of King Kosoko, a Talent of Prosperity and a Decline. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of our time, I would like us to stretch our legs as we stand to our feet to honor our country, Nigeria, as we take the Nigerian national anthem. Please, shall we rise as we... All right, we'll take the first stanza. Thank God, at least many people that I can see here are young enough to remember the old, new national anthem. We'll take it after the count of 2. 1, 2. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own their native land. brought to serve the sovereign Lord. God bless Nigeria. God bless the people of the Kosoko family. And God bless you all. Please, let's be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting younger by the day, like I told you earlier on. I can see, after removing my glasses, my own Egbon is seated right behind the Kabiyesi himself. Ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about home affairs in the city of Lagos, this man was a one-time Honorable Commissioner for Home Affairs in Lagos State. And during of religious harmony in Lagos, and we have stood by the template, and up till this moment we're still working on it, and that's why you will not find anyone saying I'm a Muslim, you are a Christian, then there must be trouble. We live in peace and harmony. When he left the glare of the public service, he remained a staunch party man and a politician. And he rose through the ranks of the party to becoming the chairman of the foremost party in Nigeria and indeed Black Africa. I'm talking about none other than our uncle, our brother, our friend. If I call him Alaji, he will smile. If I call him pastor, he will smile. If I call him chief, he is standing like a tripod. So please, Bob, welcome with me, Alhaji Tunde Balogun. His Royal Majesty Oba Semiuddin Kasali, the Adeboruwa of Igbogbo land, is ably represented by the Iyalode of Igbogbo and other traditional chiefs. Once you see the staff of the Oba is there. We welcome you. I live in Ofinle, so Kabiyesi is well known to me. He covers the whole of that axis, and if you see me like this, you know that he's taking
أكبر الله أكبر ولا حول ولا قوة إلا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين ìjájòkó akí ọlọ́run akí ànábì wa Muhammad gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ńláńláńlá tí wọ́n pè sí báyìí lénìí akí yín pé ẹ̀yin tí wọ́n pè náà ni ọlọ́run ní kẹ́ ráyè wá sí báyìí.
tí ẹ jẹ́ òṣèlú gbogbo nínú òkè ẹ̀yìn ọdún mo fi ti ọ̀rọ̀ mo fi kí wọn. mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí tọrọ gáfárà lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín wípé màá fẹ́ yàgẹ̀rẹ̀ díẹ̀ pẹ̀lú èdè ṣùgbọ́n èdè mi màá fẹ́ jẹ́ kí ó jẹ́ ti amúlùmọ́là nítorí pé ìwé tí wọ́n kọ sí mi ní ọwọ́ tó ń gbé mi lọ́wọ́ ni mo kà wọ́n kọ pẹ̀lú Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo tọrọ gáfárà. I want to use this opportunity to follow the existing and established protocol. My name is Abiola Olojo Kosoko. I am of the 7th generation of King Kosoko of Lagos, the 10th king and the 1st Oloja of Lagos. I am the Oloja elect. And based on this, the head of the family, Alaja Chief Mutiat Ashabi Ali Balogun, without any doubt, asked me to do this on her behalf. Please accept whatever mistakes I might put myself into without knowing. I am apologizing before I commit an offense. Please, thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries and honored attendees, permit me to adopt the already established protocol. On behalf of the King Kosoko Royal Family and the King Kosoko Memorial Museum, I warmly welcome you to this significant event. the King Kosoko Memorial Lecture 2024, the second in its series, with this year's theme, the Lagos Economy during the era of King Kosoko, a tale of prosperity, picked from and its settlements. Your participation and support means the world to us. Let us come together to celebrate King Kosoko enduring impact on Lagos and exploring the lesson of his era as a guide to the future. It is under this directive of the councils of the heads of the King Kosoko royal family that I make this opening representation with a strong reference as a special representative of the descendants of King Kosoko, the 10th King of Lagos and the first Oloja of Lagos. Thank you, and let the program begin. Thank you so much. Eshe Modupe.
Thank you very much. I think our Oloja-elect deserves a bigger round of applause. You see, when you are getting younger, your eyes will begin to see double. I saw the man and I was saying to myself, yes, he must be the one now. Is he the one or is not the one? But I'm sure before he leaves, that thing, táwọn àgbàlagbà ń pè lájídèwé, màá gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn kan tó lọ. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst High Chief Wale Mogaji. Here is a chief, but I know him when he batted. A big round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. I was looking at him. That Magba glasses in Ketulo, sir. Look you up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of our time, we also have in our midst many of the things that some of us can boldly say today were things we heard from the likes of our uncle, our fathers seated here, and the ones we read. And the ones we also sat down at the woman that is doing wonders at the Lagos State Records and Archives Bureau. A bureau that is set aside to keep records, history, and development of Lagos. Welcome with me, Mrs. Ogunlano. Please, a round of applause for her. And let me also say this, that by the grace of God, the next 48 hours, will also be gathered. Look at the history of the people, places, and activities of Lagos. We will be discussing Lagos and we'll look at other things. Like our Baba will say, "Wọ́n ní tó bá kò ṣà pẹ̀lú òòṣà, òòṣà á jẹ̀kọ." When we get there, we will know what we are talking about. If you have not gotten your information, your invitation, make sure you hold that before you go. Because we may not allow anyone in. A ò ní gba àyè fásáwọ̀. If the documentary is ready, please can we have the documentary while we prepare ourselves for the first set of paper presentations. The documentary, please. It won't take our time. It's just for us to know why we are here. While we are doing that, we welcome into our midst the of Lagos, His Highness Dr. Mohammed Bambado, and his full entourage. We welcome you. All right, can we have the documentary now? Please, let's have the documentary. Thank you. We're sorry about that. While we are battling with the technical itch, we'll like to move on with the rest of the program. And it's time for us to have paper presentations. Our presenters, if I read their citation, we may not be able to leave here today. But let me just say that, like the Yorubas will say, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. So I'd like to invite the first presenter is a professor of note from the Lagos State University, and I'm sure we'll have time to ask questions on the papers presented. But while we sit back and listen to him attentively, may I invite Professor David Awurawo. A round of applause for him. Professor David Awurawo. Listen to him attentively. May I invite Professor David Awurawo. A round of applause for him. Professor David Awo. May I invite Professor David Awura.
Please welcome with me, Professor
Awura. Professor.
You're welcome, sir.
Thanks so very much. I want to stand on existing protocol. I also want to extend welcome and appreciation to all the KBACs here present, including the Oloja-elect himself. I also want to welcome very warmly the Serikun Fulani of Lagos. I sought to see him several times. Now I'm seeing him here today. You are very much welcome, sir. I also want to appreciate very much the Kosoko family for keeping the memory for keeping the memory the Kosoko family 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 for keeping the memory for keeping the memory for keeping the memory Lagos King from 1845 to 1851 alive. Through different programs they have established, through the museum they have put up, and through the public lecture series, 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 and through and we will also examine what like after King Kosoko was deposed in 1851, and also after he returned to Lagos a few years after. The economy of Lagos has gone through different phases since Lagos was established in the 15th century. That is in the past 600 years. During a metamorphosis of sorts from
a pepper farm to a mega city. When Lagos was established in the 15th century, the economic activities revolved around fishing and farming. And that was made possible by the geography of Lagos. Lagos is just by the Atlantic, and also it is also by the Lagos Lagoon and the Lekki Lagoon. The water area, the lagoons and the ocean created the environment for people to be able to fish. They were also able to farm because Lagos has land on the mainland and down to the interior. Which is why when we hear the statement from the pepper farm to the mega city, it is not a conjecture and it is not concocted. It arises from the fact that Aromire, one of the children of Olofi, who is credited for farming, planted somewhere on Lagos Island where Igagoron is now located. So it is not just a mere comment that Lagos extended from a pepper farm and became a mega city over several centuries. What that means is that the people of Lagos engaged of the existence of the town. Lagos established contact with Europeans very early because of its location. The first Portuguese to arrive Lagos came in 1472. That was towards the end of the 15th century. The Portuguese engaged in informal trade. They bought products such as pepper, ivory, woods, which were used to make dye, gold, and other things they could find along the lagoons and the Atlantic. The Portuguese engaged in this informal trade, but in the years that followed, other Europeans joined. The English came in the 16th century and continued the informal trade that the Portuguese had been involved in up to that time. The British, Thomas Wyndham, sailed to the coast of West Africa, arrived Lagos in 1553, and then made it to Benin the same year. Many other Europeans came after this, and they continued in pear, in camwood, and all of those items they bought. Of course, they also brought European-made items during the period, and then cowries became dominant as the years progressed. The pattern of the economy of Lagos began to change in the 17th century. Trade became introduced. Slaves or humans were needed to work on the farms and in the mines in the Americas. And Africans were thought to be well suited for that economy. Arising from that, the slave trade began to take roots along the coast of West Africa down to Angola. And Lagos became a major player in this trade. Initially, it was wider somewhere in modern-day Benin Republic, in what was then called Dahomey, and Alada, not far from there, that were the main ports. But certain disruptions from there made Lagos to become important towards the end of the 18th century, such that Lagos then became a hub of the slave trade during this period. Some scholars, such as Christine Mann and Robin Law, have attempted to establish the growth, expansion, and importance of Lagos to the slave trade. For instance, in one of our works, Christine Mann writes, I quote, "The momentous birth of this now vast metropolis, that Lagos, which shaped the lives of its inhabitants for decades to come, such as our lives today, can be traced to the time of slavery and abolition. Quote. Robin Law draws similar conclusion regarding the impact of the slave trade on the growth and expansion of Lagos. It is important that slaves were not captured from Lagos. The slaves always came from the interior, but Lagos, because of its strategic location, became a hub for the exports of slaves. There is an island just along the lagoon here called Ide. That was one of the places where slaves were kept before they were exported to the Americas in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries, even up to sometime in the 19th century. Lagos witnessed a great deal of upheaval in the early 19th century. There were issues about succession to the throne of Lagos. But somehow, Lagos was able to overcome the succession disputes that characterized the period. King Kosoko of the Esilekun family became king in 1845. He was also an active participant in the slave trade. The British abolished the slave trade in 1807 because slave trade had become anachronistic in the world of that time. The Industrial Revolution began in England around 1750, and by the end of the 18th century, slaves were no longer required in large numbers. What was required at that time was a place where the British and other Europeans will get primary products such as cocoa, palm kernel, palm oil, and the rest of them for their industries, and markets where the finished products from those industries will be sold. Those were the main reasons for the abolition of the slave trade in 1807. However, after the slave trade was abolished, the slave trade still continued apace in much of Africa south of the Sahara. Lagos continued to be intensely involved in the slave trade despite the abolition of 1807. Just to give you a context, several analysts of the slave trade revealed that between 1800 and 1825, 251,906 slaves were exported through the Bight of Biafra, the waters, and a large number of these were exported from Lagos. But despite the abolition of the slavery in 1807, from 1826 to 1850, 257,693 slaves were exported from the Bight of Benin. What that means is that there were more slaves exported from 1826 to 1850 than were exported from 1800 to 1825. So the Lagos economy under King Kosoko was dominated by the slave trade. Of course, there were other items that were also exported. Ijebu cloth came from Ijebu land, and several other items came from the interior that were also exported to Europe and elsewhere. But the slave trade was the dominant trade at this time, and Lagos became prosperous on account of the trade. So it is easy, therefore, to understand why Kosoko was resistant to attempts by the British to persuade him. those kings were determined to ensure that the slave trade continued. King Kosoko was defeated after that war, 26th, 27th of December 1851. He took refuge in Epe, where he occupied one part of Epe after the intervention of the Awujale. History reveals that Kosoko continued his trade there. Incidentally, Kosoko himself, now from that point onwards, since the slave trade was now controversial and problematic, also began to shift to the export of other items apart from slave. Records reveal that. And many of the 3,000 who followed him there also engaged in other trade other than slaves. So Lagos was prosperous until Kosoko was defeated and left as king of Lagos in 1851. But there's a second part of the topic for this lecture, and that is the decline. So that raises the question, was there a decline in Lagos after 1851? Records show that there was no decline. The slave trade be reduced, and the British fought it. They established a naval squadron to patrol the waters, and by the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s, the slave trade had waned drastically. But was there really a decline in the economy of Lagos? Records incidentally reveals that there was no decline as such. Lagos made Professor Anthony Hopkins highlights, analyzes, and establishes the impact of these indigenous Anthony Hopkins identifies indigenous merchants, 100. And his conclusion is that these indigenous merchants made extensive contribution to the economy of Lagos in the aftermath of the abolition of the slave trade. Prominent among these were James Pinson Labulo Davis. You probably remember him. He was the first man to plant cocoa in Lagos around Agege side. Samuel Pierce, Josiah Doherty, Jacob Kehinde Coker, Candido Darocha, and several others who became prominent traders and contributed to the economy of Lagos in the post-1851 period. Indeed, Prince Abibu Ajaoki, who is the son of Buraimo Ajaoki, one of those who accompanied Kosoko to Epe, also began to participate in the trade. He traded in textile material, traded with the British, traded with the Germans, and also made his own contribution to the growth and development of Lagos. Of course, when you hear Abibu Oki Street, just the corner here, it is named after him. These were indigenous Lagos entrepreneurs who took advantage of the shift from the slave trade to the trade in primary products to engage actively in the trade and made their contribution to the economy of Lagos during this period. Therefore, it is difficult to say that Lagos economy under King Kosoko a tale of prosperity and the decline. Lagos economy witnessed the rise and not the rise and decline.
The analysis of the economy of Lagos reveals. And those of us who have been in Lagos and Lagosians need to be grateful that this was the case. Because usually, when a dominant economic activity gives way to a new one, you witness a reduction in the economic prosperity before you begin to witness a decline. But in the case of Lagos, the transition was somewhat smooth, such that the economy witnessed the rise and rise. And the economy of Lagos has continued to, prosper along that line from that point.
The GNP of Lagos at this time is what the next 6 states in Nigeria combined. In fact, the next 10 states, if you merge what they earn together, is not what Lagos earns at present. So the rise began in the 18th century, and it has continued like that. Of course, Lagos too has experienced when
say 20 million, but when we look back to analyze the slave trade and its impact, we know that the impact of the slave trade on Africa was negative. And so we are grateful that Africa south of the Sahara and Lagos especially was able to make that transition from
the 19th century. Lagos, like I said before, was not a source of slaves. Slaves came from diverse places from the interior to Lagos. Lagos only capitalized on its strategic location, such that slaves were taken away from here and all. But if we look at the impact on the communities where the slaves came from, the impact was really negative. You are probably familiar. I mentioned the name before, James Pin. trade in so many other things, other economic activities, were just fine. I mean, if his parents had been taken to the New World, all the extensive contribution he made wouldn't have been made. The experience of his wife, Aina Sarah Foss Boneta, was even more dramatic. Aina Sarah Boneta was born in Okeodon, in what used to be Egbado, now Yewa. She was the princess, the daughter of the king of Okeodon. But King Gezo of Dahomey invaded Okeodon and in 1848 and captured her, a 5-year-old girl, and took her to his palace, where she was from 1848 to 1850, when the Captain Forbes visited the king of Dahomey. She was to be sacrificed that day, but the Captain Forbes pleaded for her to be released to him. She took Aina Sarah Forbes Boneta to England and gave her to Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria looked after her, brought her back to Sierra Leone to attend school, and then she became very, prominent. Incidentally, James Pinson Labulo Davis got married to her at Brighton, in 1862. Records show that was the most prominent wedding held by people of color in England up to that time. Now, look at the story. A girl born in Okeodon, who was a princess, the parents killed, taken to the court of Dahomey, was to be executed. And then Captain Forbes begged for her to be released to him, and he took her away. And see what that family later contributed to not just Lagos, West Africa, and humanity. That is both James Pinson Labulo Davis, whose parents were liberated, along the waters, and then, settled in Sierra Leone, and then James himself came back to Lagos, settled down, established a cocoa farm, did other economic activities, and both of them, linked to slavery in one way or the other, made that extensive contribution to humanity, Lagos, especially during their time. But as I said before, the economy of Lagos continued to prosper, contributed to by foreign companies like John Holt, UAC, that were prominent at that time, and indigenous entrepreneurs, as highlighted in the recent book by Professor Anthony Hopkins. So Lagos has witnessed a rise and rise since the 19th century, and Lagosians need to be happy that those who led Lagos at that time were able to understand the trends and adjust accordingly, and didn't do anything to specifically, make the economy to go down. Like I said, from 1800 to 1845, even to 1851, Lagos witnessed a whole lot of dynastic disputes. But none of those people targeted bringing Lagos down on account of their losing out in the contest for the kingship. So for that, we need to be grateful to Lagos leaders at that time, and of course, Lagos leaders until the present. So the economy of Lagos was prosperous under King Kosoko, based mainly on the slave trade, and with trading in some other items, but continued to after him from that transition from the slave trade products. Lagos came to be called Liverpool of West Africa from the late 19th century because of its strategic location and the importance in helping to evacuate products to Europe. You also recall that in 1906, Lagos had to be merged with the protectorate of Southern Nigeria because of the realization that the rest of Southern Nigeria needed Lagos for the evacuation of the many products that up to that time. So Lagos continued to prosper, even after the former colonial rule was established in the place from 1861 onwards. What do we say? That we should be grateful to all those who have made contribution and development of Lagos, and that mere policies alone are not enough. You need the ingenuity and enterprise of people to be able to make the economy tick. And this has been the experience. This was the experience of Lagos under King Kosoko, and has continued to be the experience of Lagos since the mid-19th century. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to appreciate Professor Awurawo, please let's appreciate him very well. You see, it's very good to come to lectures like this. It's good to come to occasions like this. I was at the back there while the professor was, delivering his paper, and someone stood up and said, yeah, he mentioned my grandfather's name. And ladies and gentlemen, that person I'm talking about is a well-known figure. She has, paid her dues, and she has become a pillar in an industry that we all cannot do without. And that is in the industry of arts, theater, and movie. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about none other than Miss Joke Silva. And I tell you, when the prof mentioned Pierce, he said, that's my grandfather. I said, Ladies and gentlemen, may I inform us that what we are doing here is live. Can we please send messages back home? That where I am on the island is on the YouTube. And all they need to do is to type King Kosoko Memorial Lecture 2024 live. And everyone will also enjoy what we are enjoying here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while we were listening to the lecture, 4 very eminent people came into our midst, and I'll quickly introduce them. But before I do that, may I inform us that we had already seated in our midst, he started this program with us right from the beginning, Alhaji Omoba Ibrahim Kolawole Abayomi Balogun. Daddy, please sit down, sir. Just wave your hand and say, can we just give him a round of applause? And like I said earlier, we also have the Oluepe in council, all the ballets and all the chiefs that are supporting His Royal Majesty to do so good in Epe. They are all here. Even the chief imam of Epe is also here to lend his support. Be that as it may, ladies and gentlemen, may I inform us that we have seated in our midst the Olu of Agboyi Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Oba Monsuru Kabiesio. Also in our midst we have the Onitomo of Itomo, His Royal Majesty Oba Wasiu Badamosi Kabiesi. You're welcome. And he came in and the Obas were with him too. We have in our midst our brother, our friend, our father, His Royal Majesty Oba Olufolarin Ogunsanwo, the Alara of Ilara Kingdom. I always tell people, wherever you find men and you don't find a woman of substance, then I know what you are doing there is called Yaoba himself, herself, in Lagos and of the source. Please welcome with me our Royal Highness, Erelu Dr. Chief Elia Abiola Dosumo, the Erelu Kuti, the 4th of Lagos. She is also the Erelu Yeye Odua of the source. And that's where the Yoruba race came from. That's Ife, Ife Oye. We welcome you over. God bless you. Without taking much of our time, when we were listening to Professor Awurawo, I know some of us were like, this is how we pronounce it. and I cannot fault him. But the next man I'm going to call, if he does anything of that sort, I'll take him before our fathers, and I will ensure that he's given 24 strokes at Enowa. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite one of our own that has done us proud in the Lagos State University. Please welcome with me Professor Habib Sonny as he takes the next paper.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. I am sorry. I want to crave your indulgence to speak in both English and Yoruba for the benefit of our fathers who may not understand English per se, or who will feel at home, even if they understand English, will feel at home listening to Yoruba. So you permit me to use both Yoruba and English. Kábíyèsí is here present. Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ fún jò. What we have been asked to discuss is the Lagos economy during the era of King Kosoko, the tale of prosperity and the decline. And I would like to start by saying that the professor who came earlier had actually done a very good job telling us from different perspectives what that topic really means. But for my own, I will go a little bit of Lagos history because I have looked at it from the perspective of the economy of Lagos, starting from the reign of Oba Akinsemoyin, who actually became the custodian, the pioneer of slave trading activities in Lagos. From his era, successive Oba of Lagos, and I want us to get that clearly. Every Oba of Lagos from Akinsemoyin's era was slave dealers. Not in the real sense of selling, buying and selling slaves, but they seized the opportunity of what the professor mentioned earlier, the position of Lagos, the geographical location of Lagos, to the advantage of Lagos Kingdom to do that successfully. So I start by looking first at brief history of Lagos, which we are all familiar with. And I will continue to do this because, I'm sorry, it is my calling. I want to go back a bit into Yoruba. Yes, tá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ihun tí wọ́n gbé síwájú wa yìí, the economy of Lagos during Kosoko's era, a tale of prosperity and decline. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí scholars, ojú oríṣiríṣi ni gbogbo wa máa fi ń wo nǹkan. I start by looking at mine from the origin of Lagos. And gbogbo nǹkan tó wọ́n máa ń sọ nípa origin ni wípé ta ló dé kó lẹ̀. Lórí eléyìí, àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ historians àti local àti academic historians náà ti kọ̀wé ń pa ẹ̀. We can talk of J.B. Wood. We can talk of J.B. Losi. We can talk of our own H.A.B. Fasinro. We can also talk of our own Prince Akinshemoyin, Alaji, the accountant, Alaji Musliwa ni Baba. We can talk of Folami Takiu. We can talk of Professor Kunle Lawal and several other people, including myself. I have written about the early history of Lagos, and the part of Lagos were Awori and Benin, followed by other people. We cannot do a detail of that in this paper, in the sense that these are well-known history of Lagos. But what I have tried to put forward there is that Lagos started gradually as an hybrid of Awori and Benin community and blossomed until the era of Akinshemoyin. What am I saying? Before Akinshemoyin, there were one or two kings, and Ashikpa was said to be the one that was sent from Benin. After him, there was Ado and Oba Gabaro. At Gabaro's reign, what became the traditional hierarchy today of 4 groups of chieftaincy were established. And I am talking of the Akari Igbere, which is the Oba's class. Idejo, who are considered the landowners. The Ogalade, who are the traditional diviners and physicians to the Oba of Lagos. Then the Ashok Abagbon, who are the warrior class. All of these classes of chiefs were arranged or were put in place during Gabaro's period. And Akinshemoyin, being a younger brother of Gabaro, felt that his brother king had not done well. Ó allow àwọn ìdẹ́jọ́ yẹn, ó ń bá wọn ṣe, ó ń gbà wọ́n láyè. And because of that, the report got to Gabaro, who asked him to leave Lagos for him. Akinshemoyin sojourned in Badagry, and especially at Apa, and he eventually met with the Portuguese slave dealers. Of course, there are a lot of stories about Akinshemoyin that we cannot talk here. Met with the slave dealers, who were later invited into Lagos, and they became, and Lagos gradually emerged as an important slave emporia. And from that period, the kingdom of Lagos became known and became so popular. And we can see a lot of things that Akinshemoyin actually put in place through his ingenuity. When the slave dealers from the interior came, they will stop them somewhere, collect money from them before allowing them to sell their slaves to the Europeans. And the Europeans too will also pay tolls and taxes before being allowed to take these slaves away. Gradually, Akinshemoyin became popular. There are a lot of his retinues, people who were supporters, the chiefs, everybody became so popular with slave trading activities to the extent that Akinshemoyin became known as Ogbeni Oloweko, the rich gentleman of Lagos. And part of his oriki is clear. Ọmọ Adijọba owó nú jẹ́, ọmọ lówó lọ́kọ̀ kóyìnbó tó dé, and so on and so on. So it was from Akinshemoyin's era that Lagos got involved in slave trade, and the economy of Lagos boomed to the extent that Lagos became different from any other interior hinterland community. When our father said that Gedegbe Lekowa, we can take it to that era. that Lagos had no link or was not subservient to any of the interland kingdoms of Yoruba land. So we can look at it from that angle. Then, with Akishemoyin, what happened was that the stool of the Obaship of Lagos became so important such that successive princes and kings of Lagos had to struggle to get to the throne. After Akishemoyin, Ologun Kutere became the Oba. And of course, Ologun Kutere was also a slave dealer. Professor Awurawo actually mentioned Christine Mann. Christine Mann had done a lot of work on the history of Lagos. The title of his work is The Rise of Lagos as a Slave Port or something. Yes, from 1760 to 1900. The rise of an Atlantic city, Lagos, from 1760 to 1900. And Christine Mann, for many of us who may not know, was that woman that was sitting in front of Baba Onisiwo's palace in those days. You will not know. He was getting his records. She will always sit there, you know, interviewing a lot of people, looking at what was going on in Lagos at that time. Then eventually, she wrote that book around 2003. By the time Kutere became the king, there were a lot of people that were interested. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà àwọn ọmọ ọba Èkó náà fẹ́ jẹ ọba nígbà tán ti rí pé slave trade is a major source of wealth. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà àwọn olóyè tí wọn ti ẹ̀ lè wúyè torí pé wọ́n wà involved nínú slave trade, gbogbo wọn náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wúyè. Torí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìgbà téèyàn wúyè ló dolóyè gidi. Tó o bá tí wúyè o tí dolóyè hàn tí ní fún ẹ ní the kind of recognition to need. But ọjọ́ tó bá ti wúyè o ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tò such that ó lè jọjọ́ kan kó ṣe pé wọ́n ló máa jẹ́ the most senior of the olóyè irrespective of the class téèyàn bá belongs in. After Kutere, Adele Ajosu became the king. He was involved in slave trade. Adele Ajosu had his problem with the indigenous Lagosians and his own brother, Eshlokun, who eventually toppled him around 1821, and he became the king. Eshlokun was Kosoko's father. So Kosoko witnessed his father's fierce battle with his uncle, Adele Ajosu, who was sent out of Lagos into Badagry. And when he got to Badagry, he continued, because at that time, I make bold to say this, there was no king in Badagry. Oba Badagry, Oba tó jẹ́ recent one, I can say that clearly. Adele became the king of Badagry, and he saved them from the Dahomian invasion. That is another thing. So when Eshinokun became the king, Kosoko was watching. In fact, he was a major witness of that thing. And so he was also preparing to get to the stool. He had problem after Eshinokun. I think Dewodulari became the next king. After Dewodulari, Oluwole became the next king. Kosoko engaged Oluwole in a battle that was known as Ewe Koko War because he wanted to be king. He failed and he went to Apa. He also had friends he also became friendly with the Portuguese and the Brazilians at Apa. And Kosoko gradually prepared for the throne. rather than being made the king, he was bypassed again, and Akitoye became the king. Who was at the center of this, what do I call it? A struggle to prevent Kosoko from becoming the king. It was Oshobile, the Eletu Odibo. My brother, the MC, is from that family. It's from the Eletu Odibo family. Eletu Odibo ló ń fọba jẹ l'Ékòó. And that is why he said it, that when our brother, the Oloja elect, will be crowned, he will be one of those who will do that. So, Eletu Odibo Oshobile prevented Kosoko on 3 different occasions from ascending the throne. Of course, the popular account in Isaleko is that the crisis was over woman. But eventually, when Akitoye became the king, Akitoye was a bit magnanimous. He felt that his, I think his uncle now, should have been king, and so he asked that he should return to Lagos. And they went to look for Kosoko and brought him to Lagos. He was at Iga. Ereko was given permission to perform or to behave like a king in that area. But he was watching, and he capitalized on, he created a crisis that eventually led to the removal of Akitoye. Then he became the king. Akitoye went from the Agboyi Creek to Abeokuta. And you can see the importance of some of the people here today. The link, the historical link to Kosoko. I'm sorry I'm not doing my own. I have a paper which I have given to the organizers, but I'm not doing it from that perspective. I just want to speak and arrive at what is called the decline or the prosperity and decline. Okay? So, Kosoko became the king, and Akitoye managed to get to Abeokuta from where he later moved to Badagry. And I tell people, and this is well documented too by prominent historians, especially R.S. Smith, in some of his work, the Lagos Consulate is well documented there. To the Palava Island, War and Peace on the Lagos Lagoon, also written by the same man, R.S. Smith, documented Kosoko's activities of the period. But where am I going? Akitoye was in Badagry, and he was encouraged by the Egba people who just got to Abeokuta about 15 years back to link up with the missionaries and one Campbell at the Badagry beach, and through him a letter was sent to the Queen of England that Kosoko usurped the position of Akitoye, and that Akitoye was ready or was actually not interested in slave trade. You know, in politics, the politicians are here. Our Baba are politicians. 3 things. Three major things are noticed in politics. 2/3 of it, Iro. I'm sorry, I will explain. 1, a politician will say a little bit of truth, a little bit of lies, and a little bit of propaganda. That's what makes up politics. And it is not just because the Europeans were here. It had been part of political activities even before the coming of the Europeans. So one of the things that Akitoye said was that he was not a slave dealer, but he was sent out of the office by a slave dealer who was Kosoko. I want to say that Christy Mann had a record of slave trading activities right from 1760, during the era of Akishemoyin, and she put it at 270 slaves exported out of Lagos in 1760. By the time of King Akitoye, it was 35,000. Within a period of 5 years, 35,000. Christine Mann documented this, although she was also relying on information by another person who took the statistics. Then by the era of King Kosoko, it was 37,000 between 1845 and 1851. 37,000. What am I saying? All of these people partook and were immersed in slave trading activities. But by the time Kosoko was there, Kosoko faced a lot of what we can refer to the trajectory of history. Kosoko ní ìṣòro oríṣiríṣi tó pọ̀. Aside from starting with Oshobile, the Eleto Odibo, who eventually, in Lagos account, he fought, put in a drum, and threw into the Lagos Lagoon. Aside from Oshobile, who had prevented him on 3 different occasions, Kosoko had Akitoye to contend with in Lagos. He also had the Egba, who wanted to get to the Lagos Lagoon and participate in dealing with the Europeans, especially at a time when the Yoruba Civil War was at its peak. Ìgbà tí Kosoko lé Akitoye kúrò, ihun tó ní láti contend with nìyẹn. Ó tún láwọn ọ̀dà ọ̀mì náà tán tún náà tán tún jí sọ̀rọ̀ pé àmọ́ yìí ṣá. Kosoko's boundary was put around Ota as a king of Lagos. He sent some warriors there. Láti cut off àwọn Ẹ̀gbá coming to Lagos. But àwọn Ẹ̀gbá yẹn náà encourage Akitoye pé kó kọ lẹ́tà. In fact, àwọn náà bá kọ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà tí ó dé British Parliament, case Kosoko was discussed at the British Parliament as a usurper to the throne of Lagos. Kosoko ó já ipò ọba gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹni tó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí ni. So the British Parliament and the British government was well prepared before coming to ask for Kosoko's hands of friendship, which he denied because he felt that they were going to stop his business activities arising from slave trade. So, what are the economic prosperity that Kosoko's era brought into Lagos? And this can be gleaned from some of those who participated in the attack of Lagos. There was one Smith, a Sierra Leonean returnee, who was aboard the ship that attacked Lagos in 1851. What he said was that Kosoko was the richest king, and we can see the economy of Lagos from that perspective. This is in a paper that is in the National Archives in London, what we call archival material, that Kosoko was one of the richest kings in the West African region. That when they got to his palace was tied with white and blue ties, and he had a lot of guns around him. That shows that the economy of Lagos during Kosoko's era was quite prosperous, and we cannot take that away from him. After the British succeeded in removing Kosoko from Lagos, Kosoko went to Ekpe, and whether we like it or not, Kosoko actually showed he had defeated the British in November 1851 before they came back again in December 26, 27. He defeated the British for the first time when they tried to attack Lagos. He defeated them. Then the second time, he abdicated and went towards Ekpe, but he started a series of piratical attacks on Lagos Lagoon. Gbogbo omi láti Ẹ̀pẹ́ Ìkòròdú Agboyí wọ odò Ògùn kò sí aláyọ̀ onítọ̀hún. And of course, that could also be seen from Kosoko's nomen. Ó dúró níta àṣà, ó dúró níta àpá, ó dúró níta làṣà, làṣà ilé ò gbọ́dọ̀ roko, Èkó ilé ò gbọ́dọ̀ rodo, Èkó ilé ò gbọ́dọ̀ ta fínfín lójú omi. Òṣọmọ ọba jagun bí ẹrú, ògbórí olórí sọ̀kalẹ̀ lóòrùn gangan, apá àmàrò bí ẹni pàgbín. That nomen actually showed who Kosoko was. He was a fierce fighter, but he was loved and was very affable to his people and supporters. I am not surprised today that I see here the Arewa community. Some of, I think Kosoko had 9 wives. And on authority, the first wife was a Kanuri person. That is different from what you see in Lagos area, where every Lagos person want to marry from the immediate environment. That is why èèyàn lè jẹ́ ọmọ ọlọ́tọ̀, kó jẹ́ ọmọ onílẹ̀ gbálẹ̀, kó jẹ́ ọmọ olùwà, kó jẹ́ ọmọ onítọ̀ọ̀lọ́, àbí kó jẹ́ ọmọ arómirẹ́. The style in Lagos is that you marry from the immediate vicinity. Kosoko left that, I don't know if I can call it popular gate, to go outside the Lagos domain to marry his first wife. And I would be bold also to say that some of the descendants of that very first relation, if you look at them carefully, they look like no people. When Kosoko got to Epe, this was what happened. His people were terrorizing the entire Lagos Lagoon to the extent that the British had to call for a truce in 1854. Why? Because what they actually wanted after attacking Lagos was to gain access to the trade, the so-called legitimate trade. But Kosoko precluded them from getting that. And because he precluded them from getting that, they had no choice than to call for a truce in what Professor Smith referred to as to the Palava Islands, war and lagoon on the warfare and diplomacy on the Lagos Lagoon. That was what led to the 1854 treaty at Agbekin. It's a community, it's an island between Bayeku, Langbasa. It's an island on the lagoon where Kosoko's men, led by Oshodi Tapa, Landuji, some other chiefs from Lagos, including Oloto and others, and Odinsemo, sat and negotiated with the British that they should allow Kosoko to take charge of the areas where he had controlled. And the areas start from Ekpe, Lekki, Orimedu, Ibon, the Kabiyesi of Ibon is here, and several other places. All of these areas, Kosoko's people dominated the area. And so, aside from slave trade, which had been abolished with the 1851 treaty signed with King Akitoye, they started involving themselves in called legitimate commerce. And the greatest of it was that Kosoko's men were exporting palm produce, palm kernel, palm oil from that area. And so the British signed a treaty in 1854 that they gave him all the land from Lekki, Ekpe, Orimedu, and all those places up to some part of Langbasa, Badore, and all those areas, that he could continue with his trading activities there. But he should leave Lagos for them. And they also promised him a stipend that was not paid. Because they refused to pay, Kosoko's men returned to the lagoon and stopped the movement of goods into Lagos. And by 1862, this is where we will see that Kosoko actually brought prosperity to Lagos, because the palm oil trading activities that was going on at Orimedu and all those areas, the British representative, Governor Freeman, mentioned that he wrote to the British Parliament, to the British Secretary of State, asking that they should call a truce with Kosoko and allow Kosoko to cede Palma and the entire Lekki to the British. Otherwise, the area will fall under the French government. Kosoko was already hobnobbing with the French, and there was a French firm that had been established in the area, involved in the export of palm produce from that area, to the extent that at that time, the worth of the palm produce was put at over 5,000 pounds sterling. So the British felt that Freeman felt that the earlier we call Kosoko to return to Lagos and cede all those areas to them, the better. Otherwise, he will cede the area to the French. So the fear of the French was what led to asking Kosoko to return to Lagos. And Kosoko felt that Ori Ade o gbodo sunta. So he accepted to return to Lagos, and his followers returned also to Lagos and settled at Ekwetedo. I think I should say this today, that the popular songs, and our fathers and mothers here will testify to that without prejudice to anybody. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy in history, because it was said that Aromire is the owner of Lagos, and Oba sought Aromire's consent to give what became Ekwetedo to the people. And there are about 21 compounds there. Some of them were Oshodi's junior warriors, but others were his colleagues. So the popular saying that Oshodi rule Ekwetedo is a fallacy. But what I also want to point out before going to end, that Kosoko, through his involvement in slave trading activities that I said got to 37,000, was fetching over 870.9 British pounds sterling. If we are looking at it in today's value, we think it's it's a very small money. But we are talking of 1845 to 1851. It's a lot of money. So in real sense, Kosoko brought prosperity to Lagos, not just for himself, but for a retinue of his followers who cut across different strata of people that were in Lagos at that time. In essence, Oki is the most indigenous Lagos person that benefited from, the so-called legitimate commerce that the British introduced at that period. Aside from the fact that there was prosperity after the return of Kosoko, if Kosoko had not accepted or had failed to accept the British Hands of Fellowship, which eventually fetched him a sword as a very good British citizen, eventually. Kosoko was given a sword as a good citizen of the British after he returned to Lagos as an ordinary person. There was a decline, not in the Lagos economy, but in Kosoko's personal economic development and those of his followers. I want to stop at this place.
Òyìnbó wọ̀lúwọlé Èkó wí nǹkan, wọ́n fẹ̀sọ̀ wọ́n gba Marina. Wọ́n wọ̀lúwọlé Èkó ò wí nǹkan, wọ́n fẹ̀sọ̀ wọ́n gba Marina. Wọ́n láwọn máa wó sàlẹ̀ Èkó. Wọ́n ṣe bí kùrùmọ́nì. Kùrùmọ́nì wá o. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ wọ́n ń tanra wọn. Wọ́n ń tanra wọn o. Èkó wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ wọ́n ń tanra wọn. I won't say much, ladies and gentlemen. Just give a big round of applause to our prof. I won't join issues with him because he's been doing this at various forums where we have met. But one thing, if you had listened to me earlier on, I said, wherever I am and I don't find women there, then what is happening there is practical cultism. So how can somebody, you have money, you have everything, you want to become a king, and you want me to crown you. At the same time, you want to take what I love. I won't say more than that. The rest is history. But like I said earlier, these are things that we will continue to discuss and leave unto our children so that when we leave, they will understand that they have a rich culture, they have a very rich background. I saw people come in here today in blue gele, blue fila, and white. Except you, if you are a bastard from the Kosoko lineage, that's when you will not align with that color. Because the tiles that was found in Kosoko's palace is blue and white. And so, if you are the true son or daughter, you must be in blue and white. Something that he did then, but if he tries it today, we will arrest King Kosoko for gun running. Is that he had so many guns. And back then, it is very difficult for you to own just one gun. Because even the pellets that are used as bullets in the guns are very, very expensive. So for someone to have many of it, he was a very, very prosperous man. I won't go to the area of the women thing. I've said mine. Any Kosoko lineage, anyone from Kosoko lineage, someone that had 9 wives, from the north, from the south, from the west, from the east, you still want to drag one with my own forefather, and you want to become king. You know it will be difficult. I won't say much. And when you give someone an accolade, and you say, Ogbori Olori Kale, Losongogon, it's not done in the night, in the afternoon. History has it that when those people are beheaded, he walks on the skull. You shouldn't try it anymore. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think the entire Kosoko line, it deserves a very big round of applause. We are rich in our culture. One thing we have learned from our various lectures, papers presented here today is that Gedegbe Lekoa. So for anyone to say, oh, prosperity of Lagos is coming from anywhere, àfi ẹni tó bá lè gbé òkun àtọ̀sà kúrò l'Ékòó ló lè gbé prosperity wa kúrò, kò ṣeé ṣe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while we were listening to the second paper, some people came in and I need to let you know. The representatives of the Chief Imam of Lagos are here, and we say Assalamu alaikum. Also, we have in our midst I Chief Shakiru Ogunyemi, the Are Ajagunla of Owu Kingdom in Abeokuta. He is a country marketing director of RC Cola International. They are one of our sponsors. And I'm sure before we leave, each and every one of us will have a taste of that cola. Very soon he will be coming to bring his own word of, felicitation. We also have in our midst, already seated in one angle, my Oga, you must take me to Abuja. I've been saying this for so long. I want to follow you because when I grow up, I want to be like you. A retired permanent secretary in the Lagos State Public Service, but by the grace of God, is a serving honorable member of the House of Representatives, representing Ekpe constituency, federal constituency. Please welcome with me, Honorable Wale Raji. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, behind, before, beside, and inside of a very successful man, there must be a woman. Otherwise, that person has become irumole. Today, our chief host is Prince Abiola Abiola
Heritage. The United
Kosoko. But there is a woman behind, beside, and inside that has, made sure that everything goes on smoothly. She's also the chairman of the organizing committee of this memorial lecture. And by the grace of God, she's the one that is, anchoring all the activities at the Lagos television. Please welcome with me. I know she might not come in here. Okay, she's there. Olori Adeshola Kosoko, the general manager, Lagos Television, and the wife, the Olori of Prince Abiola Kosoko. I just want you to greet everyone. That's our Olori. I always pray for my brother. Each time I see him, I'll tell him, Abere Adowa. And only the deep can call to the deep. It's only those who know that can understand what I've said. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward. We have heard from men. And like I said, without women, how can we be here? They are the ones that ensures that we feed well, we dress well, we look nice. And to give us the next paper in few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Miss Shosoya for Lashade. A round of applause for her. As she comes up, let me inform you that our father here will also say a word or two before we ask our questions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Maz. Good afternoon, stars. I'm being partial, starting with the women, but permit me to stand respectfully on existing protocol. I want to honor all the royal fathers present here today and our mothers. And I would like to appreciate the Oloja-elect Prince Abiola Kosoko and the organizers. This is truly rich and laudable culture being passed down to us, the younger generation. My paper today will take it from the theme of today's paper, which is the Lagos economy in the era of King Kosoko, a talent of prosperity and a decline. Though I had A1 in history in O levels, but taking a glance with the view of the royal fathers and mothers here present, I think I really do not have much to say, but I believe that the ground has also been established by the two distinguished professors. However, my paper is to review the legal aspect. Being a millennial, please, I would like to seek your indulgence to speak through my slides. Okay, so my topic basically says that the King Kosoko's legacy and the British legal framework in Lagos State, exploring the impact of King Kosoko's reign on modern legal structures in Lagos. Please, I hope I'm not blocking anyone. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have the introduction, and it goes from exploring the impact of the British intervention in the slave trade. I listened attentively to Professor Sonny talking about the slave trade, and one of the notable things about Kosoko was that he was able to agree with the British in stopping trade. So he goes with the British campaign against slavery, which was in the 19th century. Efforts were targeted the Atlantic slave trade, influencing the West. The second line thereafter says the quest for economic control shape British policies and interactions with local kingdoms. And if you look at that slides, we had at different level the economic dominance strategies, the colonial dynamics, and exploring the British intervention in the slave trade. I know Professor Awo also spoke on the economic dominance strategy. Then we now move to the transition of territorial control, which is basically some of the things that was between Kosoko and Akitoye. The British objectives shifted from abolition to asserting territory and authority and economic influence, which is what Professor Neil was talking about. And the MC has said that, well, if you want to take something that I treasure, I wonder if I will agree. Please, can we move to the next slide? Okay, so we can see from this, we now went from the British intervention and the territorial control. The key milestones have been highlighted. John Brickcott's appointment as a consul. And well, since I'm talking from the legal perspective, so that's why I will be taking on issues on authority. John Brickcott, appointed as the consul of the Bight of Benin and Biafra, marked a significant shift in the British involvement in regional politics. Also, the part of the British intervention was utilization of King Kosoko and Akitoye rivalry. Well, from what I learned today, or that I've heard today, is that maybe a woman was in the issue, but that will be for the elders to unravel for us. The British capitalized on the rivalry between Kosoko and Akitoye to maneuver political control, leading to Kosoko's deposition. Then thereafter installed Akitoye because he was more compliant with the British. Next slide, please. So from the legal perspective, that's why I'm bringing out the Concession Treaty of 1851, which shows the following: the free trade rights, the tariff exemption, monopoly in certain goods, exclusive trading privileges, and land acquisition. The question that bothers me is that, well, some of these things have gone into extinction, but some we still see in our present day. The free trade right is something that we are emulating now at the free trade zone here in Lagos. Tariff exemption still comes in. Monopoly in markets in certain goods. I'm sure that in a lot of our economy now, we don't have acquisition is a major thing within the legal framework. Please, can we move to the next slide? So then, after that, we now have the annexation of Lagos in 1861, a pivotal movement in the British colonial rule and the governance in Lagos. So from there, Oba Dosumu initially resisted the British demand reflecting the conflicting local authority and colonial interests. Then, on that same level, we also have the annexation marks the direct British rule and centralized administrative system in Lagos, which was the beginning of the British rule in Lagos. Also, we have the meeting between British officials and Oba Dosumu. Williams Macquarie and Commander Bradfield met with Oba Dosumu aboard HMS Protos to discuss the terms of annexation and the signing of the annexation treaty. Under the threat from the British military might, Oba Dosumu signed the treaty, leading to the formal annexation. So some of these are the key features of Lagos as a crown colony. Exploring the key characters is the British direct rule, centralized administration, imposition of British laws, exploitation, or economic exploitation, expansion of colonial control. Next slide, please. So Kosoko's economic effort on its reason was transforming relationship and revitalizing trade. Conversing, Kosoko and his followers transited from opposing colonial forces to working alongside them, reshaping their roles in Lagos, establishing European trade links with the global assistance. Kosoko forged essential connections with the European trading firms, fostering economic growth, revitalization of commercial activities. Kosoko's return marked a significant revival in Lagos' commercial landscape, enhancing trade and commerce, strengthening the economic ties. The British compensation and protection provided a framework that reinforced economic connection and local leverage for Kosoko. The economic and legal impact of the British policy, exploring the shift in economic structures and legal system, restructuring of economic dependence on the British, introduction of taxes, transplanting the legal system, and the judicial reform. I'll start with the British introduced their legal framework, adapting English laws to the customs, which affected traditional governance. Well, we still work with the British legal framework even up to now in our court system. The judicial reform, the British judicial reform aimed to instill a sense of order, yet often conflicted with its indigenous practice and norms. Even though a lot of times we now within the legal system are wondering if we shouldn't go back to our community settings where our royal fathers had the commanding structure over the legal system in their communities. And I think this is one of the things that maybe our royal fathers should look at, especially in the area of the customary courts and customary courts of appeal. Because I see that within our system, within our state, and within our nation, the relevance, the authority, and the statute of office of royal fathers also connotes something within the legal system. Okay, so we now move to the British colonial administration in Lagos State. The colonial governance structure, influence of colonial interests, establishment of law enforcement, developments of prison. Unfortunately, like the prison, I'm not sure we've had anything apart from what we had all since that time, and it's something that we also might want to consider. The legacy of the British colonialism in Lagos. Enduring legacy, the British colonialism has left lasting legacies that shape Lagos today, influencing our law, culture, and governance. Modern governance foundation, the colonial laid the groundwork for the modern governance structure, impacting political process in Nigeria. Infrastructure development, colonial investment in infrastructure, road, railway continue to affect urban and urban planning and development. System of oppression, colonial system of oppression established a pattern of exploitation that resonates in contemporary societies and the cultural impact. The intertwining of British and Nigerian culture during colonialism has created a complex cultural landscape in Lagos. Okay, in conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying a legacy is not just about what you leave behind, it's about how it shapes and inspires the future generation. And I think that's why we are here today, helps to define our community's identity, value, and pursuit of justice and equity. So my word in concluding is to pass on the torch and keep the legacy of Lagos and Kosoko flying high. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a very big round of applause for Mrs. Shasanya. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked about trade, we've talked about commerce. We have right here in our midst the Iyaloja General, the textile market at Ereko, Alaja, Riskat, and Mori colleagues. She's somewhere in that corner there. Please, a round of applause for her. Most textiles dealer at Ereko, Mrs. Shulola Odunsi Dania. Please, a round of applause for her. The Ndigbo community is also heavily represented here. And we have in our midst Ambassador Naomi Wimna. And that team is led by Chief Emeka Chibo. What we are doing, facts as possible, so that when we ask our fathers to say a word or two, or when we invite the Honorable Minister for Tourism to give us our address, she will have gotten the benefit of everything that we have to offer here today. So ladies and gentlemen, quickly we are moving on to the next presentation, which will be very, very fast also. I invite Professor Adeomi Falode. Please, a round of applause for him.
Kábíyèsí sir, Yalojama, Eriluma, assembled dignitaries, you are welcome to this important event. I thank you for having me here, and a special thank goes to the Oloja-elect, Prince Abiola Kosoko. Now, I wouldn't want to take too much of our time, but what I would have said that a senior colleague, my teacher first, Professor David Awosoni Abib. So mine would just be a brief recap of what they had actually already said, or one or two things that they actually missed that I want to emphasize. Now, my brother, the man that is the MC, has been saying something interesting that I didn't want to go into the reason behind the rivalry between the Eleto Dibo and Kosoko, and he kept mentioning Oberi. He kept repeating again, I won't name for reason, but he kept saying Oberi. Historically, or to say it in Yoruba, women or female have been creating issues for countries, for kingdom, on different continents. In fact, the origin of Anglicanism is traceable to the issue of, to the issue over a woman. So that there was a rift, a rivalry between Kosoko and Eleto Dibo is not something that we should actually find that to be that very strange. But that is not the reason why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is to now talk about the economy of Lagos during the period of the Kosoko era. Now, Professor Award has actually explained a lot. He even gave us a solid historical background in talking about Lagos economy. Professor Sonny Habib was the minister of both the economic and the political. Now, let me just emphasize the impact of that Kosoko period on Lagos history. And I wonder why most historians don't actually delve on that particular thing I'm going to emphasize now. One, between 1845 and 51, the activities of Kosoko was what made Lagos to be independent of the Benin, finally. If not for the activity of Kosoko, Benin would still have been exercising its sovereignty over Lagos. How? I'm sure that's a question you actually ask. Remember then they said you cannot be a king from Benin. Even as a matter of fact, all Lagos kings, when they died, they had to be taken to Benin. Then when you take the Oba to Benin, the new Oba must collect the staff of office before you actually recognize. That was the tradition. But then, when Kosoko now emerged as the king of Lagos, and Akintoye was now trying to get his throne back, he had to go to the British. And like I'd been explained before earlier, he lied to the British that he was not a slave trader, he's interested in ending the slave trade, that if the British would not allow him to become the Oba of Lagos, he will help them in stamping out the slave trade. Now, the British helped him eventually. They attacked Lagos, and by 1854, and stopped at the trade. And in the process, Akintoye was allowed to have his independence. In fact, they said he hoisted his flag in Lagos when they returned him back to the throne, effectively signaling an end to the reign, the effective rule of the Benin in Lagos history. I think Kosoko should actually be recognized there for that. If not for his activity, Lagos monarchs, yes, would have continued paying homage to Benin Kingdom. That is one. Two, what they don't emphasize about Kosoko, and I found that strange again, was that King Kosoko was a very wonderful strategist, a beautiful strategist. What we call today modern warfare, there are tactics, there are things you look to defend your area from attack. And Lagosians were good in naval warfare. Though they didn't call it naval warfare back then. Lagosians, which are people who call landlubbers, they love to fight on land. Lagosians were extremely good when it comes to fighting on water. I just think that was why Professor Sonny Abi referred to him as a pirate. Pirates don't fight on land, they fight on water. In fact, it was effective. The man was able to effectively blockade that trade coming from being actually made an allusion to. They were soundly defeated. And they had to go back. Like they say in Yoruba, so they had to go back. Even they were furious in Britain that one tall world king, a nobody on the world map, was able to defeat the British army. So they had to, 1851, to bombard Lagos. And when they eventually landed in Lagos, and this was why I said the man was a good strategist, and like I said, I don't know why they don't emphasize this aspect of something. The British of Lagos, he marveled at the defenses that they put up in Lagos. That if not for the fact that, and please let me emphasize this, if not for the fact that the British had better guns, it would have been extremely difficult for them to take over Lagos. What do I mean by better guns? There's what you call the side loader. I think we call it the musket. Musket are those ones that you load from the mouth. Where when you shoot that thing, when you shoot that something, to reload that thing, you have to put the thing from the mouth. I mean, it takes 1 second to fire that thing. About 10 minutes, you are still trying to put in the British warriors came with what we call Enfield. They are side loaders. You load it from the side, and it has a better advantage. So when you shoot the first one, that is the musket that he had within Lagos and everything, the range was also limited. Probably about maybe 1 feet or thereabout. So this was exactly what the British did. They've learned from their first mistake when they invaded Lagos. Rather than for them to get too close to the shore, no, they stayed on water. And they started firing their artillery into Lagos. That was how they were able to actually defeat Lagos during the second time. And the man said it himself, that captain said it himself, that if not for the fact that they had guns with better range, longer range, called for them to take over Lagos. I now said the man was a good strategist. Kosoko now, when the British captain now came on the ground, he assessed the situation. He saw the rampant Yoruba warfare. This is how it's usually siege warfare. When I say siege warfare, it's not something like we see presently that they shoot and they run. No, when you want to attack you, can take them 6 months, 7 months They come with their family. They come with their warriors. They come with their farmers. So they create a camp. They will dig ground. Then they will establish fence. In the ground that they dug, they will dig ditches. In the ditches, they will put water. Then on top of the fence, it's on top of that fence that they will now position their warriors. So it was easier for the Lagosians to defend Lagos since the British were coming from that water. But they were disadvantaged, like I said, because of the short range of their weapon. So the British knew this. What they did was they stayed on the water and they were just lobbing rockets into the Lagosian territory. They had already used the missiles to soften Lagos before they now came. If I remember correctly, they said one of the rocket missiles actually hit the gunpowder in the king's palace. And of course, now Kosoko had no choice just to abdicate. So my point is, King Kosoko was a good strategist. But again, it was a case of the man with the better gun actually won that conflict. To still show that he was a good strategist, he left Lagos and of course went to Ekpe again. The strategy was just to force Lagosians and the British to reckon with him, which was what Dr. Sodi had now referred to as he was a pirate. No, he was a pirate for a reason. He was not a pirate because he just wanted to make life miserable for others. No, he was a pirate because he was trying to use that for them to know that the man is still a force, or rather was still a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the things that has to do with Lagos. Three, which I will say finally, like I said, I wouldn't want to take too much of our time. There's always been that emphasis. I don't know, they said Lagos, you have Lagosians were farmers, then Lagosians were fishermen, as if that is just basically the only trade that they have in Lagos. And I asked Professor Sonny Abi, I said, how about hunting? Well, Lagosians not hunters. After all, if I remember what they said about Ogufuminiri, they said the man was coming, he was a hunter coming from Ile-Ife somewhere. But then what we now keep saying, what we keep hearing in our Lagos is that Lagosians were hunters. The Lagosians were farmers. That is one. And of course, again, the Lagosians were fishermen. No, Lagosians were hunter, one. Fishermen, two. Farmers. Then three, which has now gone to define Lagos presently, which also shows the importance of Lagos. Lagosians are into services till today. That was exactly what Kosoko and the other kings were doing. They were rendering services. What did we call them in history? They were like the middlemen. What we kept hearing is they were bringing goods from the interior. The British cannot enter into the interior. They will stop at Lagos, the coast now, talk to the locals. The locals will go in, talk to the people in the interior, then come out, bring the goods from the interior down to the coast, then down to the British. That is the role Lagos is still playing till today. Lagos port is still the biggest. There are other ports in Nigeria. My point is, this thing has been established since the Kosoko era for Lagos. So Lagos has been prosperous. There is no decline. It's actually increased. Services has always been part and parcel of Lagos. Geography has made it so. The geography that made it to be so during that time is the same one that's still making it so for Lagos to be still be the same way till now. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Me, I have said my own. I won't go into women matter. You cannot be a king, prosperous, everything, and you know I'm the one that will crown you at Enowa. And you still want to take my woman? No, no, no. You will take one. Mo fẹ́ joyè mi ò fẹ́ kú. Ìkan lèèyàn máa fọwọ́ mú. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our prof. At least if you've been talking about Lagos, King Kosoko and Lagos people being farmers, you now know that we are not just farmers, we are not just fishermen, we are also hunters. And King Kosoko was a very, very fantastic and what other name can I give? Fantabulous, cocastic, and spectacular hunter for good women. Otherwise, mélòó ni wá tó gba ilẹ̀ Kanuri lọ. And so, by the grace of God today, we have some of the children, great-grandchildren of those that came and lived in Kosoko Court. Today, we have one of the children that can say a word or two about his own experience in Kosoko Court. I introduce to you a man that was born at Kosoko Court, Iga Kosoko, on Friday, 22nd October 1954. He attended the Talim Islam Ahmadiyya School, Elegbata. His secondary school, he went back to the north at Government Secondary School, Rano in Kano. And first and second degree in agriculture, education, and rural sociology at University of Cape Coast in Ghana. And later came back to the University, Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria in Kaduna State. This man has served as extension worker from the rank of agricultural assistant to director of agricultural extension services. That word services is cropping up again. And by the grace of God, he retired from Jigawa State Civil Service in 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, he is currently a full-time crop production farmer. But I say he's one of our own, and if it's possible, I would have loved him to address us in Yoruba. Please welcome with me, Malam Usman Umar Sabo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. In fact, I'm also, he said Usman Umar. I will say Usman Umar Kosoko, because that was where I was born, brought up, and by one of the Fulani family in Kosoko there. All the past speakers talked on how King Kosoko was powerful. My paper will bring out the closeness with our parents and grandparents, which helped in a long way to make King Kosoko very powerful. Thank you. The paper will talk on the Fulani in Kosoko, how they came, and then their own contribution to Lagos economy. The Fulani in Kosoko originated from Futatoro. But because of the continuous war with the white, which took many years, they now decided to leave Futa and then head for Mecca and Medina in Saudi Arabia. In the process of heading for Mecca and Medina, many out of the groups, in fact, dropped and then settled in many countries of Africa. And our own parents and grandparents arrived at El Leman, a village in Jigawa State now, under Kaugama LGA. They settled there and got a very nice place because of the waterways, because they are clean people, the waterways that surrounded that area. So most of the countries that they left some of their brothers include Sudan, Chad, Mali, Niger, and others. But finally, the last group of those that left Futa arrived in Mecca and Medina. In fact, during the war with British at Bomi is in Gombe province. Their leader at that time was captured. That was Muhammad Bashir. Was captured and then taken to Lokoja. In fact, the white made Lokoja to be their prisons. So Obas, chiefs, emirs captured are all kept there. So people, the other group members will leave Elema, the Fulani settlement played a pivotal role in King Kosoko's economic development of Lagos through their commercial supportive activities that began around 1833 at the first attempt of King Kosoko to become the king of Lagos. In fact, the Fulani activities, including clerical services, manpower during war, because you can imagine a group of people leaving Senegal to Nigeria by foot. You know, that shows they are very strong and very powerful. So, in the Fulani activities include manpower during war, construction of Lagos fence wall, development of Lagos cattle market slaughter houses that got the attention of the local the colony government on 28th December 1989 for the development of and relocation into the Ereku Palace. The workforce were instrumental in shaping Lagos' economic landscape then and thereafter. The spiritual support of the Fulani king to King Kosoko was a major landmark that resulted in Islamic call to prayers and open issues with the fear during King Kosoko era. That brought about the second to none support given to King Kosoko by the Muslim group, despite the fact that he was not a pronounced Muslim, but a supporter of the religion. The Fulani at that time made their presence in the areas that relationship was cordial, intimate, and understanding. The type of relationship we saw while we were young is that Kosoko family, the Fulani, just nearly the same thing. You can only differentiate them from the attires they wore, and then maybe from the dialect they speak. The young Fulani, like myself and others that were born in Kosoko, were advantaged to get home and area training. Because that time, you have a child It's not for you alone. It's for everyone. And training at home, training outside. And that made the younger ones to be simple, generous, and trustworthy. This was a collective effort of all Yoruba in Lagos those days because of their interactions with the Fulani. Those times, an example of the only television set in the surrounding of Kosoko Court, Ereko, is in the Oba's Palace. And that's where we go, we watch the television, and then sometimes we will sleep off watching television. You can imagine how closeness the relationship was. We sleep off, and then the king will order, and then we will be carried like load back to our houses. The Fulani were warmly received by the Yorubas. They were engaged in trading adire from Congo, Brazzaville, and Kinshasa. Ashoke from Abeokuta. Hausa design materials, cars, royal dresses, livestock transportation, and currency exchange were all part of what they do. Usman Jannaki, who is the father of the renowned Alhaji Widi Jello, who passed away some years ago, was the first Fulani to settle at number 7 Kosoko Court, Lagos. Through him, more people came to Lagos, settled in Kosoko Court and the surroundings. They hired and then made number 9 Kosoko Court their mosque. That is where they conduct the 5 daily prayers. And the mosque also served the purpose of a swing shop, meeting venue, currency exchange businesses, and trading items like sewed cloths. And they also enter into port-related activities with the seamen. Also, the seamen also needed local cash. So they buy from the seamen, and then also the seamen will tell them their requirements they also get for them. So it was a give me, I give you benefit. Fulani spirit of unity, brotherhood, commitments, hard work, trustworthy, generosity, concern for all, teamwork and religious tolerance contributed to the development of business in the entire area and surroundings. In fact, the Fulanis, our parents, were a type of people, they get the money, and then as the money comes in, it goes out. Feeding people, helping people, and they, in fact, a number of them left this world without even having one single bank account. They get, they spend out. And if it comes to feeding, you might think in terms of food, if you see the kind of pot some Fulani houses cooked in, you might think it's a ceremony going on, and all the food is to feed people. manpower during war. The Fulanis were great warriors who, because of their engagement in wars and the spread of Islam, have mastered war and defense tactics and full knowledge of things needed and those to avoid during wars. They were intelligent, strong, and reliable. And the Fulanis were the major factor in the various wars fought during the King Kosoko era. The origination of the Sekim Fulani title got the official recognition in the 1930s because of their leadership trust, the provision of skilled warriors for defense, expansion, and protection of trade routes and markets. This made them very close to King Kosoko. Let me just quickly go to conclusion. The Fulani commercial supportive activities were crucial to King Kosoko's economic development of Lagos. Their contributions in the spanning cleric services, manpower during war, construction of Lagos fence wall, development of the Lagos cattle market slaughterhouse, workforce, and currency exchange laid the foundation for Lagos to emerge as a major economic center in Nigeria, Boss Island, and Kosoko in particular. Being a child, maybe from Idumota to get to Ido, I will have to wait for a bus. So we are Fulani, Eku, Kosoko. And I also go by what the other speaker say. And Eko Akete Ilu Ogbon. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I know by now you have plenty television sets in your house. But remember that you used to watch television in Kosoko's park. At least if I didn't hear anything, I had that one. And that big pot that is used to produce tuwo shinkafa, dami and kuka, it's still alive. Thank you very much. Nagode. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm a man under authority. This is Lagos, and by the grace of God, we'll do things the way it ought to go. I told you earlier that I wanted the Honorable Minister to have a full benefit of all the deliverables here today. And Madam Minister, I'm sure you have really, really enjoyed it. Thank God she's cladded in white, red gilly, and I'm cladded in red filler. So it's a no-go area for anybody from Kosoko family. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have not been clapping before now, I want you to put your hands together as I welcome the Honorable Minister for Tourism in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our own amiable Madam Lola Ade John. Please, a round of applause for her once again.
Thank you very much. I pledge, I request, and because the list of protocols, I'm sure I'm going to miss out a lot, but I request that I greet His Royal Highness, Kabiesi, Prince Abiola Kosoko, the Oloja of Lagos elect, the King Kosoko royal family, the Kabiesis, every single one of them, and our mother, the Kabiesi, the Erelu Dusmu, the Sarkin Fulani of Lagos, noble sons and daughters of Nigeria, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Today we honor the enduring legacy of King Kosoko as we celebrate the return 1862 annual event. I am filled with pride and gratitude. To His Royal Highness Abiola Kosoko, Oloja of Lagos elect, I offer my deepest thanks. Your commitment to preserving our heritage is remarkable. There's so many stories, and it is not every day we have the opportunity to listen to the diverse relationships and happenings in the past. This is a commemoration. It is a reminder of our versatile and resilience, unity, and unshakable spirit. King Kosoko's return in 1862 was not merely a historical moment, it was a declaration that Lagos and indeed Nigeria would always rise. Today we are custodians of history. I'm shocked that there's so much history that we didn't learn in school, and it is only at events like this that we get to hear this. It's my duty, especially in the tourism industry, to work with the Ministry of Education that this type of history is taught not only in universities, but also from primary school level and secondary school, so that we can maintain and we can know where we come from and where we are going to. I didn't realize that we had Fulanis in Lagos. I lived in Ikoyi, so I didn't know that we had Fulanis. But I was also talking to my honorable commissioner. She says that even the name Ali Balogun also represents part history of the Ali family from Bida. So there's just so much, engaging with us, we get to learn these things. And honestly, for our children, we need to know a lot more. And I'm taking this back to the Ministry of Education, that we need to do something about it. Our history is very important to us. Thank you. Today, it's our duty to ensure that stories of our ancestors, their triumphs and struggles, are never lost. Your Royal Highness Kabiesi, your consistent effort in organizing this event year after year has kept our cultural wealth alive. Let this event be a call to Nigerians everywhere to embrace our heritage with pride and to invite the world to witness the wonder that is Lagos and the magic that is Nigeria. Nigeria's tourism potential is vast, yet still largely untapped. Research shows that in 2019, tourism contributed nearly 5% to the nation's GDP, with just over 1.2 million international visitors. Imagine what these figures would look like if our 2 million plus population brought into the idea of domestic travel. People coming from the north, to the south, people moving from the east to the west, from the south to the east, and from the west to the north. You can imagine what tourism can do for us. Lagos is rich in culture and in history and leads the growth. Initiatives like this serves as beacons that can attract even more to our shores. The British came, they left, and they will come again to come and visit what they left behind. And not only the British, but the rest of the world. And we do have the capacity. The only thing we don't have is snow. The possibilities are endless if we fully tap into the potential of our assets. We have over 1,000, 2,000 tourist sites, and we have over 2,000 plus festivals. As we live today, let King Kosoko's spirit, his courage, vision, and love for his people inspire us. I hope it will drive our passion to make Nigeria a global cultural destination. To everyone involved in making this event possible, the organizers, the performers, and the many hands behind the scenes, I salute you. Your work shapes the story of our nation. May the legacy of King Kosoko continue to inspire us and remind us of the great and the boundless potential of your people. Thank you. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you all. May God bless every one of us, and may long live the memory of King Kosoko. God bless Nigeria.
Please, if you are clapping, clap very well for our honorable minister. She came in very early. She came in before most of us, and we started the program together. I think she has said something that is very instructive, that we should keep this alive. And we pray, just like our elders will say, Ọdọọdún là rórógbó, ọdọọdún là ráùsà, ọdọọdún là rọ́mọbì lórí àtẹ. Tó bá dẹ̀ mí, lágbára Elédùà, gbogbo wa láwùjọ péjú ṣe. A ò ní pẹ̀dín o. Thank you very much, ma. We appreciate you. Thank you so, so much. I'm not surprised she is cladded in red. And you know that red and white is synonymous with the Bajulai. Bajulai, the son of Eletu Odibo of Lagos. And that's the Afobaje of Lagos. For anyone to become the Oba of Lagos, you'll have to see my family. And if it happens that I'm the one appointed to do it, that's why you could see the relationship between me and Prince Abiola now. My grandfather crowned the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon of Lagos on March 11, 1965. My uncle, late Tajuddin Badeshere, crowned the current Oba of Lagos, Oba Ridwan Oshuolale Aremu Akiolu the First, on May 11th, 2003. Kábíyèsí apẹ́ lórí oyè. Wọ́n á fọwọ́ pa wọ́n á fi rìgì jóbi. You don't know. Don't be far from me. I won't say too much. Ladies and gentlemen, they say Utuosi Oba Oje. There are so many things that have been said here that I can lay credence to. I remembered very well. I told us earlier in the program that my grandfather told me that Bomode Oba Baton Abaroba. And my grandfather was the secretary to Oba Adele Ajosun, the Oba of Lagos that came before Oba Adeyinka Oyekon. And by the grace of God, I was secretary to the current Oba when he came on board. And so, I'm trying to let you link some things. Because when they talk about some things, it's very, very, don't tread on where I have my, once you don't go there, you are free to have whatever you want. Thank you very much. I think we all deserve a very big round of applause. Something has been said, and you know mothers, there is a way they feel when the children are doing certain things. They are the ones that shapes the life of the children. And I saw her seated there. She's just nodding her head. And we've been talking about all our children. And I'm not talking about none other than our mother, our queen's mother here, Erelu Abiola Dosomo. A lot have been said about your children. Talk about Gabaro, talk about Adelia Josun, talk about Kinshemoy. They are all our children. What do you have to say? Because it has come to, when the mother says a thing, then you know you are hearing from the father. And you are hearing from the head of the family. When your mommy says, don't worry, I will talk to your daddy when he comes. Be sure that thing is settled. I would like you to please take a microphone to our mothers and our fathers that are seated there. They will say a word or two. Because it's a discourse. We're talking about maybe when he left, there was a decline. There is a rise. And I don't want to go, I'm not in the academia. I don't want to go into academics. But I know those discourses are things that we'll continue to say. So, Mommy, we want to hear from you, ma.
Cabeces, Your Royal Majesties, distinguished guests, the Oloja-elect, pardon my protocol, but please, may I rest on the existing protocol? What can one say? We have such a beautiful, beautiful heritage, beautiful legacies that have been left for us by our ancestors. We don't tell our stories often enough. And when the Oloja-elect came to me and told me about this program, I thought, fantastic, we should see many more like this. We must tell our stories. We have a beautiful story to tell. Our ancestors bequeathed amazing legacies for us. You have to pardon me. Whenever I have opportunity, I say that Lagos is the crucible in which Nigeria was built. You can see we have been there hundreds of years, long before 1914. So we should be proud that our ancestors laid foundation for the prosperity of this great country. Just follow the trajectory of the Obas of Lagos. We were in existence before the outside world started coming here. We started trading with the Portuguese before even the European, the colonialists came in. And our fathers were making waves. You've heard about the exploits of King Kosoko. He was not a coward. He was not timid. He was confident. He was a king. He was a prince. He was a king. He was an achiever. And just left wonderful legacies. So please, Lagosians, don't let them castigate us as lazy, never do well and all that. Our parents, our ancestors trained us well. They left beautiful legacies. Let us rise to the occasion and live up to that legacy and that position of pride that they have put us into in the community of nations of this great country. Lagosians, please, it's not enough when people say it's a no man's land and we all start getting angry. Of course, it's because we've neglected our rights and that great acumen that has been bequeathed to us. So let us prove that we are achievers. Our ancestors were achievers. They paved the way for other achievers who came from other parts of the country, other parts of the world, to come and also find their golden fleece here. And like the former speaker said, went back home, and they have built up their homes from the efforts of their achievements from Lagos. So I congratulate you, Prince, the Kosoko family. Thank you so very much for keeping the flag flying and letting them know that you are descendants of a great, great king and leader. Congratulations, and thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Well, you have heard it from our mommy. Let's keep the flag flying. I'm proudly Lagosian. Whatever you like, you can say. Ìjẹ̀bú Àbú, Ẹ̀gbá Àgbà, Oǹdó Èkó ló máa kó gbogbo ẹ̀. Bádìyẹ pógún, bádìyẹ pọ́gbọ̀n, àgò ló máa kádìyẹ gbẹ̀yìn. I've had encounters with people and I tell them boldly, don't harass me, oh. It doesn't cost me more than back then. It was just about 15 naira to get back to my hometown. You are the one that is looking for ere oko láti kó délé. Ere Èkó, Èkó ló wà. And I'm happy to be a Lagosian. Simple and straightforward. I'm proud to say it anywhere. Well, when I come, if there is next life, I'll still come back to Lagos. It's the best place you can be. It's a place you can come in as a commoner. We give you a level playing ground. If you're smart, you live as a multi-millionaire. I was reading about Aliko Dangote. You know he's a Lagos Surulere boy. So he's our son in Lagos in a claim Kano. But everything is here in Lagos. The refinery is there. Abi? Talk about anything. So don't worry. If you are from Lagos, let anyone say anything. But Lagos will remain Lagos. Badi ekpogun, badi ekpogbon. Agoloma kadi egbeyin. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a book was distributed earlier on. We have it. I have this. I will keep it. It is not written by a professor from somewhere. It's not written by a foreigner. It's written by a son of the soil, a prince of the palace, and a son of a former king in Lagos. And that person, the author, by the grace of God, is here, seated in our midst. And I spoke about him earlier on, that he made some of us who we are today. It's a short history of authorship in Lagos, written by none other than Prince Dr. Tajuddin Oluyole Olusi, ONMON. Our Baba is here. And he will say a word or two for as many that are. Give the microphone to Baba Olusi. Let's hear from him. Please, I advise us, read it very well so that you know.
Erelu Kuti of Lagos. Erelu Bai Ogbola. Ọmọ Olúgbani ní Dùmàgbò. Mojúbà yín. Gbogbo àwọn ládéládé náà wà ń jókòó. Mojúbà. Mínísítà mojúbà yín. Gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà. Ìyá wa ẹ̀gbọ́n mi olórí ẹbí Kosoko mojúbà yín. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am going to borrow the permission that was given to Professor he was allowed to, and it is a privilege that some of us, are also from that source. Many people, many of you maybe have forgotten, or maybe you don't even know that our Iya Erelu is also a descendant of King Akitoye. And so therefore, I want to start from the source. Àwọn tó bí wa tí ngbàtà wà kékeré tínú wọn bá dùn wọ́n á rántí ìpìlẹ̀. Mo ti gbọ́ oríṣiríṣi bí wọ́n á rántí ìpìlẹ̀. Wọ́n ní ìpìlẹ̀ ló ń ṣe ọlọ́kẹ̀. Màá tó bí wa tó ń kọ. Ọmọ tó bí wa ní òde ìbíní náà bí bàbá wa sí. Bàbá wa sí. Ọba ló bí wọ́n síbẹ̀ kì í ṣàgbẹ̀. Òde ìbíní náà bí bàbá wa sí. Bàbá wa ọba ló bí wọ́n síbẹ̀ kì í ṣàgbẹ̀. Mo jírígì mo jígbe àwa lùfọ́ wa àtẹ́wọ́ gbàdé pẹ̀lábẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé rí àwọn orin àti ìtàn tọ́wọn bàbá wa kọ, kọ́wọn pòfẹ́sọ̀ kọ́ máa yẹ̀ wò pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó yìnbó kọ àbí nǹkan tá a gbọ́n bò mí. Kó lè yé àwọn èèyàn dáadáa. Ìbíní ni wá o. Àwa tá a wà ń gàdún gọ̀ràn, ìbíní ni wá o. Àwa tá a gbọ́ ìdá mẹ́ta ìsàlẹ̀ kó, ìbíní ni. Torí a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ ibi tí bàbá wa Kòsọ́kọ́ ti ṣẹ̀ ká tó sọ ohun tó ṣe, ìran tó ti ṣẹ̀. Tí wọ́n bá jọba kó tẹ̀ tó jọba, kán tó pè ẹ́ ní olóyè tó ní àṣẹ, wọ́n á mú ẹ lọ sọ́wá. Àwọn elétò òdìgbò tó ń mú yàn lọ sọ́wá, ìbíní náà ti wá. Elétò mẹ́fà ni. Ìbíní náà ti wá. Ọwá yẹn náà máa mú ẹ lọ kó tó dolóyè o. Elétò òdìgbò á dẹ̀ dúró. Gbogbo òòṣà tọ́hún bàbá ńlá wa gbé wá láti Ìbíní ó wà lọ́wọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣẹ̀yọ̀, tẹ́ ẹ bá lọ sí ibi tí Ádímú ti ń lọ ń kọsẹ̀, òòṣà tọ́hún bàbá ńlá wa gbé wá láti Ọ̀wá, láti Ìbíní ló wà ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n kọ́kọ́ gbé òòṣà yẹn sí ibi táwọn ọlọ́pàá wà, báràkì. Nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe ọlọ́pàá, tí wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́ ibẹ̀ yẹn náà gbé síbi tó wà sẹ̀. Ní tìyàn bá kúrò ní Ọ̀wá yẹn Ìbíní ló ní. Ìbíní là ń lọ júbà fún. Ìbíní là ń lọ júbà fún, bẹ́ẹ̀ júbà fún ọba Ìbíní. Káwọn pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa kán lọ ká rìpọ́ọ̀tù World Prize Commission. tí elétò ọba níkòrò Ádámù Akẹ́jù tó sọ pé àwọn wá kàn fún ọba àbíní. So ibi tí bàbá wa ẹni Kosoko tó ti ṣe nìyẹn. When I was a young boy, maybe of 4, 5, growing up, my father was an Oba of Lagos. In the morning, the drummers would be singing to wake him up. And when they sing towards the end, they'll be saying, Kosoko Oba, Olusi Oba, Kosoko Oba, Olusi Oba. You know, all this have meanings, have precedents that lead to the coinage, of those descriptions. And so, therefore, King Kosoko, as a prince, was a trader, When you trade, when you move from one place to the other, you acquire experience, you acquire knowledge. So King Kosoko was exposed as a prince. And maybe during this period, my brother was talking that something should not be exposed because it involves relationship with a woman. It is already exposed. We have a saying in Yoruba, one ẹni tó bá ní ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ kò ní gbàyàwó létò òdìbò. Ẹni tó bá ní ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ kò ní gbàyàwó létò òdìbò. But Baba wa Kosoko, Oba Kosoko, gbàyàwó létò òdìbò. At all. During that period, King Kosoko, as a prince, saw a beautiful lady. And according to tradition, all he needs to do is to express his interest. Thank you. And once that interest is expressed, that is all. So, Baba rí ọmọ yìí, ohun òun. Elétò òdìbò ti yọjú sí àwọn òbí tẹ́lẹ̀ pé mo fẹ́ fẹ́ ọmọ yín. Nígbà tí ọmọ bá dẹ̀ sọ pé ó wo òun, àwọn òbí ní ó ti dòun. Torí àṣà ní nígbà yẹn tọmọ bàbá ti ní báyìí, ó dòun ni. So, the then Elétò òdìbò, I think it was Oshobile, then found that as long as he lives, Kosoko will never become king of Lagos. So, the first opportunity, he used his position. Then there was the second opportunity. The second opportunity at that time, my own ancestor, Prince Olusi, and Prince Akinolu, Prince Olukoya, and the last son of their father, Prince Akitoye, have taken a decision that they should have a bite at the throne of Lagos, because it was at that time between the descendants, the children of Eshiloko, and the children of Adele. Oluwole was a son of Adele. You also have Idewu Ojulari, So you have son of Kosoko, son of Shiloku, and son of Adele. Two of them had become Oba. And so they thought they should have a bite. And they therefore supported the last born, because they were aged. And so they all supported Akitoye. And when they got to the place where they had to consult the Ifa, Kosoko had the highest Odu, followed by that of Akitoye. It is for the kingmakers to choose. It is not for Ifa. It is for the kingmakers. They can choose the lowest Odu. They can choose the highest. And now there were three of them there. You have Eletu Uka and you have Eletu Odigbo. And then you have the Babalao. Then you will have the war chiefs outside, led by the Ashogman. And Eletu Odigbo now appeal to Eletu Uka that I have found that Kosoko will never become a king of Lagos. So I needed your support. Eletu Uka acceded. The Babalao acceded. And they took an oath that they will not release what they have done at the conclave. And they presented Akitoye to the community, to the chiefs, to the princes, and Akitoye was installed. Akitoye was installed. And they kept the secret for a long time. Some elders thought that King Kosoko, Prince Kosoko, should be persuaded to return home. And they talked to him, and he returned, and he returned. And because of his generosity, there's a song that is peculiar to the Elegba, but it was purposely, designed to praise, Prince Kosoko as a prince. Wọ́n ní inú òní ẹ̀, wọ́n ní ọmọọba ló mi ṣayé. Ewúrẹ́ ló fi ń ṣàṣọ ayé kó lóde o. Ọmọọba ló mi ṣayé. Because he was generous to a fault. So therefore, Eletu Uka now said, so this is the man I have refused to ascend to the throne. And the man who was with Eletu Uka said, what is it? Aburani. Kosoko ló ní odù tó high. Mo adẹ̀gbé fún Akitoye. So that person leaked that information to Prince Kosoko. Prince Kosoko now saw that he will recover the throne at any cost. And that was what led, to what happened. And in fact, that incident led to the abolishment, the Eletu Uka family, was all of them were executed. The palace of Eletu Uka was destroyed. And since then, no Eletu Uka no Eletu Uka has ever been installed in Lagos. And no has come out to say that he is a descendant or a member of the Eletu Uka family. So that is what happened. That we have told you that Prince Kosoko was competent. He was a prominent business person, and he became the Oba. You know all the circumstances. We are talking of the economy as at that time. Certainly, when somebody who is competent, somebody who has the technical know-how, assume the position, the headship, the rulership, definitely it must be a progress. And one thing I want to cite as evidence of the buoyancy of that economy was that when Lagos was attacked, the British could not penetrate Lagos. King Kosoko was able to prevent British for 6 good days. British, that was described as the controller of the waves. Britannia ruled the waves. They were not able to enter, King Kosoko did that to the glory of Africa. I also want to continue by saying that during the reign of King Kosoko, he established a port in Lagos. Many historians do not take cognizance of that. You call Lekki. Lekki was a port established by King Kosoko, and ships were coming from Portugal, from Spain to that port in Lekki. This is recorded in the archives of Portugal and Spain. And I have come across a lawyer, who told me that they had a case in court, and they went to Spain or Portugal to get, you get papers in their archives, to show that ships, goods were brought from Spain to Lagos during the reign of King Kosoko. So therefore, King Kosoko, as a king of Lagos, did all, that was possible, and all of us, are proud of the record of King Kosoko and his achievements. I think it is pertinent to mention that we have records that show that Lagos was in existence in 1402. In 1402, there was a German surgeon who decided to move around the world, and he wrote a book, the record of his journey. And in 1402, he visited Lagos, and he wrote that Lagos was part of Benin. He wrote that. So therefore, people talk of Awori. I am not against Awori. Anybody, most people in Lagos can claim Awori. And after all, when you narrow that to move from Ile-Ife and go to Isheri, ibi tí Awo ti rìn, Isheri, ibi tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe iṣẹ́ erin, àwọn ìbínilóde à ń ṣe iṣẹ́ erin níbẹ̀, kí àwọn tó wá láti Ilé-Ifẹ̀ kan tó wá. sí ẹ̀yìn ibẹ̀ yẹn. It is important. There are certain aspects of our history that when people mention it, it might not be strictly related to what we are discussing, but it is also related to what King Kosoko inherited. What King Kosoko inherited. When somebody was saying, Aromire lo nileko, níbo ni, níbo ni. Look at those who occupy Lagos. The Benis enter from Idumago. And when you get to Idumago today, those who occupy the whole area are descendants of Benin. The Oloroguns, Olorogun Agon, Olorogun Boshodi, the Shashores, the Sabas, the Bajulares, and you have those who move. Modile was brought from Orileko, by one of our ancestors, maybe during the time of war. Onisemo was Olu Ilaro. And when my brother, somebody mentioned that King Kosoko was the first Oloja. That is not correct. Our Baba Eshiloku was the first Oloja. Our Baba Eshiloku. When Adele, his junior brother, was installed as Oba, and in order to persuade him, he was made Oloja at Ereko and put in charge of good food items that were being brought all over to Ereko. The Oloja will take part of it and take part to Gadungan for the Oba. And it was at this time that Onilado, and don't remember, Onilado and the Asajan were brought to Ereko, and Obanikoro was also placed at Ereko, so that all these placements were made by the Oba of Lagos. All these placements. The Onikoyi today is said to be the owner of Ikoyi. But Onikoyi came from Ikoyi Ile. And the first Onikoyi was Adeyemi. Ojora came from Aramoko in Ekiti. And the first Ojora was Alara Onuji. They were fighting for the title of Alara, and he cannot get that title, and was moving from one place to the other, and finally got to Ijora, Ijo Aramoko. So therefore, let me stop at that. We will have other opportunities.
Ẹ̀sìn àgbàlagbà sà, ó tán lẹ́nu, ó kù níkùn. Thank you very much. If you want to clap for our Baba, please give him a very big round of applause. I kept saying some things since I came in here. And the Yorubas have a saying that ìjọ tí ọmọdé bá kọyọ́ alẹ́ làwọn àgbà máa fi tàn balẹ̀. I kept saying something which has brought out so many things. I said, I don't want to go into some things. Nítorí bí ọmọdé ò bá bá tàn, Abaroba. I bless the name of God that I lived with my grandfather in the palace, and I am privy and also privileged to so many things. So, just like Baba has said, ó tán lẹ́nu, ó kù níkùn, ohun tágbà fi ń jẹ̀kọ abẹ́wé ló wà, àní sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Wọ́n ní ẹ jẹ́ ká fò dá, ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ní tá a bá débi rù ká fò dá. Bàbá ẹ̀ ń dàgbà ni ẹ̀ dògbó, ẹ̀ fọwọ́ pawú, ẹ̀ fèrègì jòbì, ẹ ò ní morórì kankan nù gbogbo wa. Àfọyín àgbó kó tó wọ̀. I say some things at times they look at you as if you are from the ancient of days. But you know, when you sit in the palace, you sit with your fathers and the old men that we are all running from. There are certain things you must learn. When I go with my grandfather and he keeps me in between his legs, and I see so many things, and you know, children will learn a lot. I thank God for his life, and glory be to God. Maybe I should add this. When in 1983, Lagos State University, Ojo, was to be established, a group of young lecturers came to my grandfather's palace at 51 Ashogbon Street, Isaleko. And what were they doing? They wanted to teach a course different from the general studies learned at University of Lagos. They wanted everything about Lagos. I stand there in all humility to the glory of God to tell you that I was assigned by my late grandfather to take the likes of late Professor Kunle Lawal to Owa and to so many places to tell him this is how this is how this is done, and this is what we do, and this is what we do. And by the grace of God, by the time I got into LASU, back then, when we did GNS, History of Lagos, or Lagos and its environs, you can imagine what I was scored. I scored an A. Because most of the things that are being taught were the things I taught the lecturer. So don't run from your old men. It will do you a lot of good. Don't run, no. I enjoy learning under people like this. 3 things came out in the course of his delivery. There is power in agreement. When you agree to do something, don't deviate. It is not also good to betray. Eletuika betrayed the trust and the agreement. And please always learn a lesson from being generous. King Kosoko would never have known what happened in the enclave, in the conclave, if not for the betrayal by Chief Eletuika. But his generosity helped him to know 1 or 2 things. Ẹ ṣe ire kó dára, ẹ ṣe ire kó dára o, ẹni ayé kan, ẹ ṣayé ire. I won't say more than that. Ó tán lẹ́nu, ó kù níkù. All right. We also talked there and we traced certain things to Ile-Ife, which is the source. And I can tell you clearly that we have in our midst Olóyè Àṣàbí Moronrántí, the Aṣojú Àṣà Ilẹ̀ Oòduà, Ọọ̀ni Òrìṣà of the source. She's here. She brought a goodwill message from Oba Ọọ̀ni of Ife. In 1-2 minutes, she will deliver that message from Ọọ̀ni of Ife. While you're taking the microphone to her, please let me also inform us that we have one of our sons who also, clamored to become the governor of Lagos in the last election. Please welcome with me Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival is in our midst. We welcome you. Is one of us, and this is Lagos. That's why we are different. We are accommodating and everything. So please give the microphone to the Ashoju Ashaile Odua to bring us a message from Oni of Ife.
Mo kí gbogbo ládéládé, mo kí gbogbo lóyèlóyè, mo kí gbogbo èjìgbà ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ tó wà ní gbàgede yìí, mo kí gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà lọ́kùnrin, mo kí gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà lóbìnrin, mo wá kí gbogbo àwọn tí ó wà ní gbàgede yìí láti wá bá wa ṣe ayẹyẹ àti ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lórúkọ ní orúkọ kábíyèsí Kosoko. Mo kí gbogbo wa ní orúkọ bàbá mi Ọọ̀ni Adéyẹyè ẹni ìtàn Babátúndé Àkàndé Ògúnwùsì Ọ̀jájá ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì. Ẹ bá mi ṣe kábíyèsí o. Bàbá ní kí n kí gbogbo wa. Wọ́n ní kí n ṣe wá pẹ̀lẹ́ o. Bàbá ní kí n wá béèrè ìbéèrè ìpínlẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n ní báwo la ṣe ń tọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa. Wọ́n ní kí n béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara mi kí n dẹ̀ béèrè lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó wà níbí. Pé kí là ń ṣe láti gbé àṣà àti ìṣe Yorùbá lárugẹ. Mélòó nínú àwọn ọmọ wa ló tiẹ̀ lè sọ èdè Yorùbá? Mélòó nínú àwọn ọmọ wa ni ó mọ̀ nípa àṣà wa? Mélòó nínú àwọn ọmọ wa ni tá bá ń ṣe àṣà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ni ò ní máa fojú àtẹ́ wò àbí máa fojú wò pé nǹkan aburú ni wọ́n ń ṣe? Wọ́n ní ká bi gbogbo wa léèrè wò pé ká pe àrò àti ọ̀dọ̀fin inú wa o, pé kó má bàa bàjẹ́, ipe kí àṣà wa má bàa parun, ipe kí èdè wa má bàa di nǹkan ìgbàgbé, pé ká pera wa lẹ́jọ́ o. Bàbá ní kí n sọ fún wa wípé we must preserve our cultural heritage. It is important to tell our stories. The narratives must be correct. We must let people know that culture is beautiful. Tradition must be sustained. Our traditions are not evil. Our culture must not be relegated. Wọ́n ní kí n parí ẹ̀ báyìí wípé ọ̀bọ̀ bá ṣòun là á bókè kòkòkò là á bókúta. Irọ́ ọkú ni wọ́n ń pa á má dá o, kìíní kan ò ní ṣe gbogbo wa. Àṣẹ. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is from our royal father from the source, the Ooni of Ife. Yeah, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have done so much, but I must not end this discussion without asking one of our obas seated here to say a word or two before we go on to unveiling the book. Then we round it up because, like I told us, I live far away in the western region of Lagos. So I'd like to invite His Royal Majesty Oba Adefolarin Ogunsanwo, the Alara of Ilara Kingdom, to say a word or two. Then we'll move on from there to the book unveiling.
Thank you very much. The time is fast spent. I stand on the well-established protocol. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin ládéládé tó wà níkàlẹ̀. We are very happy to be here today to celebrate the 163rd return of King Kosoko with this memorial lecture to Lagos from Ekpe, which is our own base in Lagos State. A lot has been said today, but one or two things that I want us to go back home with is that King Kosoko has some special qualities which, if we look at our country today, if we can replicate it, we will definitely get out of the woods. Prince Kosoko was a leader, a courageous one at that. Prince Kosoko was resilient. He was there, he came back again. Which means, King Kosoko was very, very industrious. That's why he was very wealthy and he was generous by wanting his people to be prosperous. That is one of the things that is lacking in our midst today. And it's one lesson that we are taking back home from here. He was diligent, and he is also an intellect. A lot of professors have given us their words today. We have heard from them. And then the history, the legacy of his history is something that we should also note. I'm glad the Onerisa, the Olori Oba Gbogbo Yoruba land, has asked us that how are we training our children. Today is a day of history. We have come to learn the history, part of the history of Lagos. It's a very significant part of it. And I'm sure that lessons has been learned, which will be taken back home. Part of it is the book that will be launched. All these resources provided by our father, Papa Olusi, ONCMON. We need to go and read it. We need to study and bequeath it to our children as well. Let them understudy. Let them learn our history and our culture. And I'm sure with all this, Nigeria will be a better place. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Kabiesi, thank you so much, Kabiesi. Well, that is the word from our royal father. Let's go back home and teach our children our arts and our culture. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually getting to the climax of the event, and that's the unveiling of the book Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you know when you are about to do something that will go into the archives, it must have a legalistic backing. And while we are about starting that, someone came in, and I'd like to inform us. I'd like to inform us that we have in our midst Honorable Justice Lateef Lawal Akakpo of the Court of Appeal. Is one of our own, a good product that we have donated to the federal government to serve at that upper court. You're welcome, sir. Well, we're getting there. Remember, there is always a link. Anything without a woman, it cannot be done. King Kosoko married a Nupe woman. And we want to unveil a book. And to do justice to that, the review and the launching of that book, please permit me to invite His Highness Dr. Mohammed Bambado, the Seriki Fulani of Lagos, to address us, not address now, to review the book and also launch it. Please, a round of applause for him.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to stand before you today at this prestigious event, the King Kosoko Memorial Lecture 2024, to launch this important publication. The life and legacy of King Kosoko of Lagos have always stood as a beacon of history, culture, resilience, and today we gather not only to honor that legacy, but also to celebrate the wealth and knowledge captured in this book. The publication of this book comes at a time when the need to reflect on our cultural roots and historical legacy is more urgent than ever. It serves as a testament to the enduring influence of King Kosoko and his pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of Lagos and indeed Nigeria. I would like to commend the authors for their dedication to methodically researching and documenting this significant part of history. Their work not only preserves the memory of King Kosoko, but also provides an invaluable resource for future historians, scholars, and anyone eager to understand the foundations of our modern society. This book is just a recounting of the past. It is a tool that will inspire current and future generations to strive for greatness, just as King Kosoko did in his time. Ladies and gentlemen, with great honor, I hereby launch this book with the sum of 10 million naira. May it inspire, educate, and empower all who read it. I'm a proud Fulani Logosian. Thank you.
Because those that can stand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we give space? Thank you very much. May I invite our Royal Mother, the Honorable Minister, our Father, the Honorable Commissioner All the royal fathers here, please come forward so that we can bring pleasure of the general public. Please come. To do their job. Cameramen, are you okay with this? Have you taken your shots? Thank you very much. Fathers to have their seat. Thank you very much. All right. Please. Thank you very much. May I invite. Thank you very much. Please, I'll invite the representative of the Indigo to please come up to launch the book. And I'd also like to inform us that you can get a copy and the autograph of the author before you leave. The cost is just 10,000 naira. Thank you very much. I'd also like to invite the Ekpe Ogumodede Club to please come up and do us the honor of launching the book. The representative of the Ndigbos. Let me inform us that after these two launchers, we'll have for just 2 minutes, we'll ask that the country director of RC Kola, the country director of RC Kola International, I Chief Shakiru Ogunyemi, will come up and say a word or two. And Our Royal Majesty, the Olu Ekpe of Ekpe, will give us his royal blessings before we take our leave.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I plead to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ambassador Timothy Obonna. I also want to recognize our royal fathers and our royal mother, Erelu of Lagos. I want to appreciate the Minister of Tourism for being here. I think it's my second time of being in an occasion with her. I was there when you commissioned the Kosoko Museum. Your humility, ma, is exemplary. Thank you very much. My people have this saying that if you don't know where you're coming from, you will never know where you're going to. So what we have learned today, the history of Lagos, it shows that history is very, very important. And that helps us to know exactly the direction where we are coming from and where we are going to. Standing here today, and my friends, we are beneficiaries of Lagos. Lagos has been a blessing to us, and I would like to say that the majority of Ndi Igbo living in Lagos appreciate Lagos, and they continue to be grateful to Lagos. Because whatever you do in life, the most important thing for you to have is a soft landing ground, and that is exactly what Lagos has given to us. We're here today to appreciate a great man, a man whom his achievement, even with our modern technology today, will hardly be achieved. Okay, and after over 100 years, this man is still being remembered. And one of the great qualities of this man that I want all of us to emulate is being generous. So we are here to launch this book today. With my colleagues today, we are happy to be part of this launching of this book. And we are here launching this book with the sum of 15 million naira. Thank you very much. We are very happy and we are grateful to Lagos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we take the Ekpe Ogumodede group, let me inform us that we have a museum upstairs, just the first floor. You see a lot of things that you need to take photographs of. I welcome our Egbon, Mr. Are. We welcome you into our midst. God bless you, sir.
On behalf of Ekpe Ogumodede Club, the premier club of the descendants of Kosoko in Ekpe, we wish to launch this book with 1 million naira.
So after that, I shall go. Yeah.
Please, once again, let's go upstairs to visit the museum and let's get acquainted with our culture.
You know if you're wise for Lagos, you know if you're wise for anywhere. You understand? Few keys. Badu.
Please, may I invite the representative of RC Kola, Are Ogunyemi, the representative of RC Kola,
Wise for Lagos, you know if you're wise for anywhere. You understand? Few keys. Badu.
NineJockey.com.
Eko ile. Eko akete. Naija ni be. Alaye na wa sheshe. Tori Eko lele. Wọ́n ní Eko làwa o. Enter the club, not to give them a attention. Oh, when you go, hustle, show low wicked, go to my cogma. Hey, yeah, oh, go lele, one need go la, come go lele, I say go la, go lele, one need go la, I need information, go lele, oh no. Kimako parikata. Baba God, give me no fair range. Yango do lórí méjì. Na beg I dey beg you. Ọlọ́run o. Give me no fair wa Bentley. $100 lórí méjì. Na beg I dey beg you. I don't go wedding tire. Many Saturday you don't pass, and I never marry. Olúwa provide a good. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ mi ń kọ́lé, wọ́n bí mọ́lé mọ́. Èmi náà fẹ́ yayọ̀, Olúwa dá mi lóhùn. Màmá jẹ́ kẹ́nìbọ̀dì bèrè pé mo lọ lọ́rùn. Slowly at the top, slowly. Money on my mind. Money. Care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know God chase it for me. Ololola the mango malo, Roboto it show malo. If you want to let Jack come alone, if you find anybody na money I want be. They hear what the people they love. Want to get a shakeleti love. It's a love and I wanna get another one. I go take and do it in I love, waiting you love. I be waiting I love, waiting I love. I go do it with the
same time, me I day I. Mo stand out, calm down, you go day fine like fine wine, no decline. Say goodbye, see extraordinary things. Show me love, I go.